Hello. Mic check. Mic check. Hope everyone can hear me. Good morning, everyone. Mic check. Mic check. Hello. Mic check. All set. We are starting. Rolling. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary for the International Short-Term Training Program, which has gained its popularity as ISTTP-3, with a chosen topic on contrivance of Sustainable Development Goals (SDG) for the environmental conservation, a 7 days training program scheduled to be held from 24 to 30th June 2022, signing in from the campus of Raj Rishi Government Autonomous College, Alwar, which is popularly known as RRC. On the behalf of our patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, and from the organizing committee, I welcome you all to the third day of ISTTP-3. I want a world where everything is welcome, everything is valid, everything is acknowledged, embraced, and accepted. To me, that's a perfect world. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to you all. Your presence makes us very, very happy. आप सभी का इंटरनेशनल शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के तीसरे दिन में बहुत बहुत स्वागत आप सबका अभिनंदन माँ सरस्वती ज्ञान और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व करती हैं वह वेदों की जननी है माँ सरस्वती को समस्त ज्ञान साहित्य संगीत और कला की देवी माना जाता है माँ सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए हम इस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के तीसरे दिन की शुरुआत करते हैं We are beginning the third day of ISTTP-3 by remembering Goddess Saraswati and worshipping her. A small and fast recap from the second day of ISTTP-3. Day second started with the recap of the first day. After that, we had our seventh keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Mandeep Kaur Arora, who is Head Department of Psychology, Kamla Nehru College, Delhi University, New Delhi, India. After that, we had eighth keynote address, which was given by Dr. Nikita Pat Joshi, who is Assistant Professor in National Noel University, Orissa, India. And the ninth keynote address was delivered by Dr. Yahya Bakhtiar, Assistant Professor, University of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, India. And after that, we had pre-forum and feedback. With this, we completed our second day, and now we are on the third day. So, not taking much time in between, I would uh, introduce Professor Rajna Navarre, who are going to deliver our 10th keynote address. Dr. Rajna Navarre is an associate professor in the Department of Human Health and Science, Faculty of Nursing at McEwan University, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. He teaches human anatomy and physiology to the Bachelors of Science in Nursing and Psychiatric Nursing students. As a researcher, he is involved in several scholarships of teaching and learning projects that focus on the efficacies of the modern, cutting edge teaching technologies to improve the body knowledge. In addition, he is also involved in assessing the anatomical and physiological knowledge acquisition in the first year of nursing and its transfer and application to future nursing courses and clinical and developing a robust interventional strategy to bridge the knowledge gap between theory to clinical. That sounds really interesting. सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत आपका अभिनंदन हम बहुत खुश हैं आपको अपने बीच पाकर now I would request Dr. Rajna Navari to start with his keynote address. So stage is all yours. So we can't hear you. Unmute Dr. Rajna Navari. So we can't hear you. You have to unmute your own self. We have unmuted you from here.
Oh, yes. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Very well. Very well.
Okay,
We can see your
wonderful. So,
sides. We can see you and we can hear you.
okay, wonderful. Let me open up my presentations and then I will begin my presentation here. Right. Okay. Oops. Okay. I probably need a help here. What's happening? Are you able to see my presentation? Okay. Are you able to see my presentation, Dr. Sharma?
Yes, sir. We can see your presentation.
Oh, okay. But I don't see myself here. Okay, now, are you able to hear me and also are able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And let me see if I can do this here, decrease the size of presentations right here. And then at the same time, I can also see myself here. Okay, and here we go. Okay, so thank you so much,
Thank you
Dr.
so much.
Sharma, for a very flattering introductions. Namaskar and good morning to everyone. And I sincerely hope that everyone is doing very well and in the best of the health. Okay, now it has been a great honor and a pleasure to be a part of this exciting ISTTP-3 series. This is the third presentations, and I am really excited to be uh, in the Rajasthan in August and look forward to see you all and interact with you. Right. I also wanted to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Professor Hukam Singh ji and each and every member of the organizing committee of this exciting series of the international workshop on the climate change, and that includes Dr. Professor Mamta Sharma ji. Now, what I want to do this today is I want to talk a little bit more about myself and what I'm doing. And also, I am going to rather present a very different type of the presentation. Unfortunately, doesn't fit under the climate change, but also the topic I'm going to talk about is that everyone actually gone through and we are very familiar. right? So myself and my international collaborator, Sarah Kushiri, who is a medical doctor and teaches anatomy, and we collaborated on this, the project, and that's where I am here to talk about it. Right now, before I actually begin, little bit of background, even though Dr. Sharma had just introduced some of the work that I have been doing. And as you can see, I am a biologist. My master's was from India, and then I went on the government scholarship and involved into the endocrinology and the physiology research projects. Right, so I work on the effects of the stress on the immune system while at the University of Bath. And then when I went to Hong Kong for my first postdoctoral scholarship, that's when I started working on how the brain communicate with the immune system when the persons or the animal is subjected to stress, infections, and the disease. Then I came back to Canada for my second postdoctoral scholarship. And that's where I started working on the role of the brain and how much we eat and what type of the food we consume is actually regulated by the certain neuropeptide by the brain. Right. And so I was involved in the appetite control research by using the neuropeptide Y, which is produced in the human brain as well as the vertebrate brain. But then last 5 years, when I started, teaching anatomy and the physiology, then I actually started getting interested into the teaching research, right? And so for last 5 years, what I have been doing is basically, and I have also developed a passion for the teaching and the learning of the biosciences. And so anatomy and the physiology are the part of the biosciences. And this is where I started my scholarships of teaching and the learning, where I actually evaluate the teaching technology in improving the understanding and the knowledge of the human body in terms of the structure and the functions. I am also, evaluated the number of the active learning strategies. And those strategies I'm going to elaborate a lot more when I will be seeing you all in a person in the August in Rajasthan. Right? And then also, because I teach a degree program, right? When we teach our subject, we really want to know whether the knowledge of our subject we just taught our student, whether they are able to acquire, transfer, retain, and apply to their future years of their program. In my case, is a nursing education. So those are some of the projects I have been dealing with. Okay? Now, today, as I mentioned earlier, I want to talk about the impact of the COVID on the teaching and the learning of the anatomy and the physiology during before, during, and then after the stability period of the COVID, right? And so, as you know, everyone, that the whatever courses we teach, the teaching and the learning of our courses is greatly impacted by the large number of the factors, and that include the pure teaching hours. Also, there's a less interaction between the student and the professor, because the modern curriculum around the world is cutting off the hours of the teaching, right? So as a result, it is one of the impacting factor that also affect the teaching and the learning of our courses. For anatomy students, it is also important that the what we call the access to the cadaver, which called the dead human body, is very limited, simply because of the strong ethic, the ethic, basically the demands, as well as the strict ethics, and the animal group are very, very active, and they are not allowing us to use the human body to teach the anatomy to the nursing and the medical student. So that's one of the impacting factors that also affect. But as you know, everyone, and then I was talking, I was listening to one of the talk last night, that the active teaching strategy have been implemented across the campus in India, which I am very, very pleased and very happy to hear that one. Right. And there was a professor, psychology professor from the university. She was talking about the pedagogical approaches, the active learning strategy. And this is where we have to prepare our students to be active learner. Right. And so that's one of the factors that we actually using more technology. In anatomy, everyone, actually the human cadaver are replaced by the three-dimensional virtual human cadaver or the lattice technology. Did you see? So there's a shift in the way we used to teach 15 years back and the way now we are teaching, and this is called the pedagogy or pedagogic approaches. Right now, those are the some of the factors. But today, the factor that actually greatly impacted the teaching and the learning of your courses, including mine, is the coronavirus disease we call COVID-19. Now, when you talk about the COVID-19, everyone get emotional because we know everyone out there on this presentation have been affected by or greatly impacted by the COVID-19. We know someone in the family, someone in the relatives, someone in the neighborhood, in the community, and also in the state has been impacted by the COVID-19. Now, we haven't forgot the grim reality of the Delta variant, which actually caused the havoc in the India, and we lost so many people that we love nearly and the dearly, and that's why it is very emotional. But here today, I am actually going to talk about the impact of the COVID-19 on the education, the teaching and the learning of our courses. Right now, everyone, there's a little bit background I want to give you about the COVID. Right, as you know, the first COVID case was reported in the China in 2019. And then within 2 to 3 months, in fact, on the March 11th, then the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 as a pandemic. And after that one, the COVID basically spreaded or basically outbreak in the world very, very rapidly, almost affecting more than 183 countries. Right now, if you look at the demographic factor, almost around 550 million people in the world were tested positive. Out of the 540 million, we lost around 6.32 million, which is like a one small European country. Right now, let's talk about the impact of the COVID on the education. Right now, the COVID particularly affected around 1.5 billion educators and the students around the globe in 183 countries. Now, because the COVID was rapidly spreading like a wildfire across the globe, that actually put a lot of pressure on every single educational institute, which was forced to close down. So all the educational institutions across the world and the government offices were shut down, and everyone was left in the confusion, state of the anxiety, stress, and also dealing with a lot of isolation and the mental issues across the world. Right, particularly the students and the educators were very stressed out and had a high level of anxiety because we were never learned to adapt the technology. We never learned how to teach our student on the online, and so rapid changes or basically the sudden transformations of the in-person classes onto the online classes basically created the state of the anxiety, stress, and the havoc. And then everyone tried to do their best to try and adapt to the teaching technology. Now, let me take you back to the Canada on the impact of the COVID on the Canadian education system. So in Canada, around 3.93 million people were turned out to be positive, and around 41,763 people were lost to the actually COVID infection, right? It also causes high level of anxiety, stress, confusion, isolation, and the lot of mental issues. I have to tell you, it takes around 3 months to get to see the psychologist in the Canada. During that period, there were a lot of divorces, there was a lot of spousal abuse, there was a lot of family, violence, and we gone through that one. Now, let me talk about the province where I work and teach is the Alberta, and the city I live is Edmonton. So in my province, there was around 586,000 people were reported to be COVID positive, and we lost around 4,500 Albertans, or the province, the people in Alberta, right? Also around March 13, because of the massive transformations of, or basically the spread of the COVID-19, basically we are forced to close all the educational institution in the Alberta and in the Canada, right? So what I like to do, everyone, for next 20 minutes or so, is to talk about the impact of the COVID-19. Okay, and so on the teaching and the learning of the anatomy and the physiology, which we call as the biosciences courses. And then I also want to know the student perspective, what student actually felt about the impact of the COVID on their learning of the anatomy and the physiology. I also want to talk about how their academic performance in terms of the class average and the GPA was also affected by the COVID-19. And then finally, by adopting to the online teaching, what was the students' feedback, what they wanted to, what they prefer, in the future, in case if there's another outbreak by the pandemic similar to the COVID-19 in the future. Because remember, everyone, we are not out of the woods. There's a BA2 variant already prevalent in India, and there's a BA5 is coming up. So there's going to be multiple infection, and if any one of those variants turn out to be very deadly, we might have to go back to the online teaching. So we are not out of the wood yet, right? All right. So now what I wanted to do is to talk about my experimental design. So before 2019, we were all teaching in person. And when I was teaching in the person, I was using the many different type of the active and the passive type of the teaching and the learning. I was using the technology. I was involving my student in the classroom engagement. I was actually giving them the group activity. I was conducting my exam in persons, and also I was testing their knowledge by number of the ways, such as the Kahoots and also in-class quizzes. But when in the March 2020, when the pandemics actually caused the sudden transformation of the in-person teaching onto the online teaching, all those teaching strategy, you and me, whoever were trying in their classroom, could no longer be implemented when we switch our teaching and the learning on online. And this is where the Delta variant basically caused the havoc in the world, right? So in a winter and the fall 2020 and the winter of 2021, the Delta variant, which was one of the most deadliest of the COVID. And you recall, guys, we were watching the TV, and the whole India was in the chaos. There was a lot of migrant people going to their villages, and we saw the picture, and I just don't want to remember that one because it just brings us to the emotions, right? So as a result, the all those active learning we could not use in a online teaching or online teaching. So lack of the technology, only thing we're doing is to introduce the synchronous online teaching, and the exam were also on the online. Okay? Then by the end of the winter 2021 and towards the fall of 2021, the Omicron virus came, and that actually then the Omicron variant wasn't too bad, right? So because the cases were mild and the less people were turning positive, so our university then announced that we will have the hybrid, or we actually call the flex teaching, meaning that if you're teaching the two classes in a week, you will have one class in person and one class on the online. That is called the hybrid or the flex. Now, the good thing about it is when the students get in the person in a hybrid teaching, I was able to conduct the exam in the person. I was able to use the limited technology and some of those active learning strategies. That is called the hybrid or the flex, right? And then by the end of the fall, at the beginning of the January 2021, then BA2 and the BA5 variant, they actually started coming up. And then there was actually the Omicron continued up to the January and the February of 2022. So then suddenly we were asked to go back onto the online, right? And then after that one, the after March 2022, I call the stability period. The reason, everyone, I call the stability period because the COVID hasn't gone, right? It is stable, but the COVID hasn't gone. So we call the stability period. So less people are turning positive and the less people are actually expiring. So the Omicron, or what you call the COVID, is stabilized, but hasn't completely eliminated out of the world. You see? All right. So now, because we actually have to transform the in-person teaching strategy overnight into the online teaching, there was a high level of anxiety. There was a lot of confusion, and the students were worried about their actually the education, right? And so, so everyone probably, perhaps you have also used your own innovative ways to introduce the online teaching, right? For us in Canada and also in the North America, we have so many technology available, in order to teach the student online or virtual online, right? We have so many software to record our recorded lecture, right? So first thing, because there was so confusion, I did not know which technology would work best, which teaching modality would work for my students, and also whether my pre-recorded lecture would be effective in terms of the improving their understanding and the academic performance. So I was also confused. So what I did, just first 2 weeks of the online teaching, I actually tried the several options, and then I found out which would student will prefer, and the any options, any teaching modality my student would prefer, then I will actually adopt that one for the rest of the the COVID area to teach my courses, right? So I am not sure if you are able to see this one here, but what I did is, number one, I first 2 weeks I tried different options. So first thing, and then after 2 weeks, after trying the many different options, I actually conducted the survey. And in that survey, I actually find out. So when I ask the students if they prefer me teaching the synchronized classes, that's mean the classes exactly according to their syllabus. So if they have a class, anatomy class at 11 o'clock, I will go on online exactly 1 o'clock. That is called the synchronized. And you can see around 62% prefer the synchronized classes because it keeps them on their toes, right? Number two, when I ask them if I was recording the lectures, pre-recording, and then posting it, right? So when I ask them if they prefer the pre-recorded lecture only, so just put the recorded lecture and do not teach at all, and let them study from my lectures. Okay, they did not like that one, but if I recorded the lectures, put it on the blackboard, and also come and conduct the synchronized teaching, the 64% they prefer the synchronized and also with a pre-recorded lecture before. Okay. Number two, on the other hand, when I ask if they want me to put the synchronized pre-recorded lecture 1 week before the class or after I teach that particular class, they all prefer that I should put those pre-recorded lecture and then, before I come. Now you see, the having the pre-record lecture before they come on the synchronized class, they have a chance to go back and review my video over and over. I even also have a caption, so they could read in case if they did not understand any technology. Okay. When I asked them now, because they were online, I actually review the exam in much more detail. So I asked them, do you want me to review your upcoming exam on the virtual class? They said no. They prefer that I post the exam review beforehand so they can go back and forth and the study. So that is also one of the options they took, right? Finally, our student can only concentrate on our classes not more than half an hour, right? So if you record your pre-lecture video recording for 1 hour, they will lose it, right? So what I did, I actually tried the two different options. One, I recorded the video for 15 minutes and I recorded the video for 30 to 40 minutes. And when I asked them, which video they would prefer, they all prefer 70%. They said the 15-minute short video helped them to understand much more better because they can go back and forth and they don't get bored. You see? All right. Now, next thing I want to ask you is that there were 3 software to actually record my videos, lecture videos. One was Blackboard Collaborate, second was the Screen-O-Matic, and the third one was Kaltura. When I asked them which specific technology they prefer that I should record my lecture for the classes, they all say, basically Blackboard Collaborate video are the best one because the quality is better and my sound is much more clearer to my students. Okay. Last thing, when I asked them what if I just, audio record my lecture and put it on the Blackboard? They said, no, we prefer when you actually record, your video should be there. So that's mean, when you teach, you do the gesture, right? You show by hand and you do. So when you record the lecture, the audio video lecture is much more effective, guys. And look, 95% my students prefer that I should be personally recording the audio as well as the video with a captioning. You see, right? So what we learned from here is that I went back to the survey and then I picked out that the student actually are in a favor of. So they need a 15-minute short video. I selected 15-minute short video. They want me to have an audio video. I did the audio video. They want me to actually post the videos, lecture videos before their class. I did everything, right? So the data collected from the preferences shown by the student is presented here. For anatomy, the synchronous online teaching of the human anatomy significantly increased their class average for midterm number 1, midterm number 2, midterm number 3, and final exam compared to before COVID and after the stability period. So this data shows that the synchronous virtual online teaching with the modalities my students prefer actually improve their knowledge and the understanding of my anatomy class. Okay, let's move on to the physiology. On the other hand, the synchronous online virtual teaching also resulted in a significant increase in their class average in the midterm number 1, midterm number 2, as well as the final compared to the before COVID and after the stability period. So these data shows that the virtual synchronized teaching and the learning is the most effective way to increase the understanding and the knowledge of your courses. Well, let's look at the GPA, right? Now, at the same time, the synchronous online teaching also resulted in a significant increase in the GPA in both anatomy as well as the physiology compared to before COVID and after the stability period. So that's been the conclusion is that the synchronized virtual teaching and the learning is the best way to improve your students' academic performance. Okay, well, everyone, don't just go what I said, because there are a number of the reasons why their class average and the GPA was so high during online teaching. Now, anyone want to comment why do you think that their academic performance was much more significant higher during COVID compared to before COVID and after the stability period of the COVID? Anyone? Why do you think their class average or their academic performance is so high during the virtual teaching or online teaching during the COVID? So let me take you to the reasons. Okay, number one, there are number of the possibility, and this is very important for us to know. Number one, because I was actually spoon feeding them, giving them the pre-recorded lecture, reviewing their exam, putting the PowerPoint presentation, answering their questions. Also, I was maintaining the virtual office hours, so student can call me anytime and ask the question if they are confused. So I was literally spoon feeding them. So the higher academic performance during the virtual teaching during the COVID may be attributed to the availability of the recorded material that also help them to improve their academic performance, right? For physiology, I was using the drawing tablet. I have a 17 years old daughter who is in grade 11, and she used to draw, and I was using her drawing tablet to explain the physiological concept. So I was doing everything so much so that my students do not have anxiety, they do not have a stress, and their learning curve would be much better. Okay, on the other hand, look at here. Now, what do you think? Now remember, because I was teaching online, the exam were also on online. So what happened? When you conduct the exam on online in Canada and the America, you cannot block or you cannot ask your student to turn off their cameras. Okay, number one. Number two, you cannot also ask them to block the web browser, right? So because we were actually doing the unproctored, unsupervised exam, and their cameras were off and their web browser were on, as a result, because I was not watching them writing their exam, it was very easy for them, and the anatomy exam is very easy to cheat. What you have to do is to basically, if I'm asking the questions on the bone, what students have to do is to basically, log on onto their Google and put the structure of the bone, and bone comes in, and they were answering those questions. So unsupervised exam could be actually the result. They actually cheated on the exam. It's like an open book, right? But let's go back again. On the other hand, there's also possibility because they were isolated. They had a no interaction with other, and they were sitting in their tiny bedroom for almost like 6 months. So that means they actually were spending much more time in studying my courses, right? That could be also a contributing or attributing factor to increase their academic performance, everyone, right? Or on the other hand, they may be adapted to the online teaching, guys, right? So there are number of the possibility. Okay, all right. So I am just about to finish my talk, but now what I want to tell you is I did everything that I can do to improve the understanding and the knowledge of my student, right? I was developing the pre-recorded lecture. I was putting the audio video stream. I was giving them the PowerPoint presentation. I was giving them the exam review posted on their blackboard. And I was answering their every single email. Even I literally gave them my phone number so they could call anytime. Because, everyone remember, one thing you have to remember, in the Indian culture, I'm Indian. I came from there. I grew up in India, right? Um, During the COVID, we have our siblings, parents, grandparents, everyone, right? So there was a less stress. But in North America, 80% students live away from their parents. They rent a small apartment. And can you imagine living in the small apartment for a whole year, without interacting with anyone, and also concerned about, testing positive, right? So these folks, those students go through the humongous anxiety, stress, and the depression, right? And so to lower their depression or anxiety, I was trying to do everything I can as a their teaching professor, right? So after attempting, or after introducing or adopting those various teaching modalities, as well as the technology, I want to know what students think, what has worked for them, and what has not worked for them about the technology I was using and the teaching modalities I was using. I did another survey, and here it is, the survey for you. The first question I asked them, number one, is that, do they consent to my survey? 98.5% said yes, we wanted to do the survey, we wanted to give it feedback. The first question I asked them is, how concerned were they concerned about their educations due to the COVID-19? Look, 76% were very worried about their education and their knowledge and their performance because of the COVID. Okay, number two, when I asked them whether they were satisfied with me by using the online teaching and the learning that I had adapted during the COVID measures, well, if you look at here, 67% were satisfied and 17% were very satisfied. So if you add everything, around 90% students says they were very, very happy or satisfied with the online teaching and the learning method, or the technology and the modalities I adapted during the COVID, which is very good, right? That make me very feel proud of myself that I was able to help my students, right? Number two, when I asked them how happy or how satisfied they were with me in terms of delivering my lectures on the virtual or the online teaching, and if you look at here, 55 plus 30, so that is almost 85% to 90% were very happy that I was able to effectively deliver my courses during the COVID-19. Okay, next question I asked them, like whether they were satisfied with the type of the technology I was aware of, like my knowledge and my efficacy in effectively using the teaching technology for a virtual teaching during the COVID. Well, if you look at here, around 57 plus 30, so again 80 to 95% students were very happy that I had a very adequate knowledge of the teaching technology I was using to teach my student during the COVID, everyone. Okay. Second thing, then I asked, like, because they were isolated, they had no interaction, and they were not able to see me, right? So I was constantly on the virtual office hours, and I even, I was checking their emails every single 5 minutes. I even left my cell phone number to my students, right? So then I asked the questions whether, whether I was effectively answering their questions, answering their emails, and also answering their actually the questions and providing them any clarification they may have in case of the questions. If you look at 63% actually say they were very satisfied, and the 33%. So in other words, the 100% students was very, very happy that I was phenomenal in terms of providing them the moral support in terms of if they have a questions or need or clarification. Okay. Now, next thing I want to ask you whether I was effective in communicating with them, whether online or the offline. Again, if you look at here, again, the 100% students say they were happy and very happy with my way of the communicating with them during the COVID measures. Okay. Last thing I wanted to ask them is, because I was posting the detailed exam review, before, their exam 1 week before, right? That actually helped them to focus on the what is going to be on the exam, right? Because I reviewed exam and posted the exam review on the Blackboard. It is actually the online platform. Look, 97% were so happy that I was able to post the detailed exam review, because in-person classes, I was reviewing the exam in person. But because of the COVID, I can. So I was posting them online and they were very, very happy. So they could focus on their preparation. Okay. Moving on to when I asked them whether I was helpful to reduce their anxiety and the stress related to COVID-19, well, 73% actually says they were happy with being helpful, and also being helpful to reduce their anxiety and the stress. And the last thing I wanted to know is if they would prefer me, or if they would prefer in the future to continue with the synchronous online teaching. That's mean synchronous online teaching. Well, the whole class is divided. The 46% said no, and around 26% says yes. So look at here, the synchronous online teaching, they don't prefer much as because they are divided. Okay, let's move on to, if I ask them, would they prefer the combination of the hybrid teaching? Well, if you look at here, the 61%, they said they would prefer the hybrid or the flex teaching, because they have one class online and one class at home, right? So online and one class in person. So they are able to come for one class in the class, so they have more interaction and they love, right, the interaction with the professor. Okay. Now, moving on to last question I asked them, would they prefer to, or would they prefer 100% in-person classes? And look, it never happened. The whole class is undecided. Some of them says they would prefer the 100% classes in person. And some of them actually state, we actually love virtual online. Now, everyone, you are educator and you can understand, because the students were so adapted to the lifestyle, sitting on the couch in their pajamas, having coffee or having the drink and the studying on the computer, they were so comfortable. Number two, they don't have to drive. The gas or the petroleum is so expensive in North America. It's almost like 300 rupees a liter now, right? And so all those factors are contributing. So did you see the preference of the student after the COVID had changed, right? Before they had no choice, they were just in person. But when given, a preference to them, they said 50%, I prefer to study on my own, but using your online lecture and online your support, you see. And this is actually kind of worrying, because if the COVID pandemic comes again, they are actually ready to actually adopt the virtual online teaching, guys. Okay. Last thing I asked them, and this is very important, I asked them whether their understanding and the knowledge of the anatomy and the physiology was much greater, during synchronous online teaching compared to the face-to-face. Well, again, they divided. 47% says no, and only 35% says right. So that's mean they actually, prefer synchronous online teaching only 50% or less than 50%. And some of them prefer the in-person. Okay. Then I asked them if they would prefer the teaching anatomy and physiology face-to-face, instead of the synchronous online. Again, 50% say yes and 50% no. Did you see? So now suddenly, because of the COVID, they don't want to be in person 100%. They want to be maybe one class, in a person, and other class on the online. Okay. All right. Last thing I want to ask them, whether if the given chance to learn the anatomy and the physiology in the future, what mode of the teaching and the learning they would prefer. And you will be quite surprised, the 50% says, actually 54% says they prefer the flex, basically one class in online and one class in person. And then 25% say face to face, and the 20% says the synchronous online, right? So this survey is very, very important for all of us as an educator, because the COVID had changed the way we were actually teaching. And this is alarming, right? So now what I want to do is to conclude my talk by saying this is probably what we need to know, right? So the major finding of my study, or the qualitative and the quantitative data of my this project, indicate that student may have counterbalance the missing active learning strategy, of the face-to-face, and they must have adapted to self-directed learning, because they were on the own. They developed to effectively study on their own. We call the self-directed, without any help from the professor. Okay. Also, in the future, and this is quite interesting, because the blended multimodal and the pedagogical approaches might be the future of the teaching, guys, because we do not know if the COVID variant may come back and there might be another closure, right? So having the blended, like a synchronous online, hybrid, or the flex type of learning, and using the different teaching modality and the teaching strategy might be the future of our teaching and the learning of your courses in the future, if the COVID-19 re-emerge in the near future. Okay? So everyone, thank you, thank you, thank you so much for your kind attention and the time. And it has been very, a great pleasure to interact with you online, and very, very excited to see you in person in August, where I'm going to talk very different approach of my research in the teaching, right? So finally, I want to acknowledge the couple of people, Sarah Kushri, my international collaborator, and of course, the Karen Buru is a statistician, and I have two research assistants who helped me in the summer to, basically do the data analysis and run the statistics on my data. So thank you, thank you, thank you so much, everyone. Okay. And I have a wonderful day, because it's almost like a past midnight in Canada. Okay, all right.
Thank you so much, Professor Nanavare. I can see so much appreciations in the chat box for you. If any questions, please do type in the chat box, and you can even raise the hand. We will unmute you from here. So there's so much appreciation, and lot of high congratulations to you. And
Thank you,
I would
thank you,
also
thank you.
like to tell you that Dr. Hukam Singh ji was here and he wanted to hear you. So he was here for some time, and then I
Oh,
asked him, कि, would you like to speak? He said, no, इतना अच्छा बोल रहे हैं, मैं बीच में डिस्टर्ब नहीं करना चाहता, पर आप
such a
उनको
pleasure, such a
बताइएगा मैं
pleasure.
आया था. तो
Such a pleasure
आपके
to
लिए
hear him.
नमस्ते बोलकर गए हैं, तो मैं आपको कम्युनिकेट कर रही हूँ that he was
Yeah,
very
please convey my
grateful.
namaskar to him too.
और वो ये भी कह रहे थे कि आप उन्हें याद दिला दें कि वो हमारे चीफ गेस्ट हैं 12, 13, 14 कॉन्फ्रेंस में. मैंने कहा यस सर. So we will see you in person maybe on
It's been
11th,
confirmed. Yes, it's been
a day
confirmed. So I
before.
booked my travel to India. So really
Yeah,
excited. First time going to be in Rajasthan. So very, very excited. But I'm
it will
excited to
be
see
such
Dr.
a
Hukam
pleasure to
Singh.
see you, Doctor. Yeah,
Yeah, and every member of the organizing committee. So it's been a huge honor to know, and I'm glad that I'm associated with the RRC, for life.
nice. I think he was here for that invitation only for you. But maybe we'll talk sometime with him.
That
And
is
if
so
any
nice of
questions,
him.
but so there's a lot of appreciation. I'm seeing so many nice words for you.
Oh,
So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Professor Nanavare, for the stirring deliberation you gave us. You spoke on bioscience students' perspective and academic performance before, during, and after the stability period of COVID-19 pandemic. Experimental designing was quite impressive and very much in alignment with the topic of research, including all the variants of the virus and the time period of activity. Even I was learning कि कब active थे. The slides were very beautiful and self-explanatory. Everyone present at the occasion was not only in wonderment of your knowledge, but also greatly impressed by your presenting style. It was great pleasure to listen to your wise words and learn so much from it. I would like to take this opportunity on the behalf of entire organizing committee and delegates who were captivated by your talk. Thank you so much, Professor
Thank,
Rajendra Nawale. It
thank you,
was
thank you,
pleasure to be with you. Thank you
thank you
so
so
much.
much, Indy. Thank you so
And we
much,
will
Indy.
see you on 11th. Hope.
Sure, sure.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Bye.
So now we have a lecture from Dr. Aruna Chakravarti on the radiation toxicology. She's working as an associate professor at Gamandungar College, Bikaner. So Muskan, please start the lecture.
Professor Dr. Hukum Singh Ji, Principal and Patron, Rajrishi College, Alwar. Young and Dynamic Organizing Secretary, Dr. Mamta Sharma. Thank you for inviting us to International Short-Term Training Program on Impact and Panacea of Environmental Pollution, the Past, Present, and Future. I am really grateful for this opportunity. Radiation and chemical effect, several acute and chronic toxic effects in different body organs. Gastrointestinal, kidney dysfunction, and cancers are example of complication of heavy metal toxic effect. Radioprotective agents are chemicals that reduces the biological effects on radiation by the scavenging of free radicals or by repairing radiation injury. Radioprotective compound may suppress free radical formation, remove free radicals, induce natural radioprotector production such as superoxide dismutase, glutathione peroxidase, and catalase, enhances DNA repair, reduce the post-radiation inflammatory responses. Now our topic is protective efficacy of moringa against radiation and mercury-induced alterations in mouse kidney. I am Dr. Aruna Chakravarti, Associate Professor of Zoology, Government Dungar College, Bikaner. Exposure of ionizing radiation causes damages to various cellular organelles and components, especially DNA, mitochondria, and cellular membrane. Ionizing radiation interact with biological targets either through direct effect on cellular molecules or indirectly via the free radical generated from the radiolysis of water. So, radiation countermeasures are radioprotective agents which reduces the harmful effect of ionizing radiation. The most common mechanism of radioprotection is the scavenging of free radicals. The kidney has valuable quantitative parameters as well as serially arranged qualitative configuration. The natural product including medicinal plant offer an alternative to their synthetic counterpart due to low toxicity with no side effect. Moringa oleifera, an Indian medicinal plant, has been reported to be clinical effective in treatment of various diseases. Kidney stone disorder is a big problem across the world, but it can be prevented by ingested moringa leaf extract. Mercury is distributed in the environment and is non-essential and toxic to human body. Mercury is considered to be one of the major environmental pollutants, is widely used in industry, agriculture, and medicine, and circulate in ecosystem, but is never destroyed. Chemically, mercury exists in various forms as elemental mercury, inorganic mercury compound, and organic mercury compound. Combined action of ionizing radiation and other agents of potentially great importance because there are many occasions where interaction might occur in our environment. Main releases lot of chemicals in the environment by use of pesticide. Environmental contamination of mercury is a serious threat to all living kinds. Mercury causes abnormal increases in the volume of urine, modifies the pH and concentration of calcium, ultimately damage epithelial and tubular cells and severe mitochondrial damage. It is well known that moringa is an essential component of oxidant defense system with participation at multiple cellular level. Moringa has protective effect on histological damage by maintaining membrane integrity due to its direct action of free radicals. Due to antioxidant properties of moringa that plays an important role in controlling oxidative stress, this study has been performed to elucidate the possible radioprotective potential of the moringa against radiation and mercury-induced renal injury in Swiss albino mice. Moringa powder benefits reduce blood sugar, lower cholesterol, reduces inflammation, fight free radicals, prevent formation of plaque in the arteries, help wound heal faster, has antibacterial and antifungal properties to fight infections, provide protection against symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, treat depression, anxiety, and stress, and improve eye health. So, Moringa oleifera is a small sized tree cultivated all over the world due to its multiple utilities. Every part of Moringa is used for certain nutritional and medicinal purposes. Secondly, it is claimed to be completely non-toxic even at higher dose level. It has been shown to act as potent chemoprotectors. Now, methodology. Healthy male Swiss albino mice, 6 to 8 week old, were procured from Lala Lajpat Rai University Veterinary and Animal Sciences Hisar and maintained at 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. The animals were housed in polypropylene case and maintained on balanced mice feed and tap water ad libitum. The Government Dungar College Bikaner is registered under CPC SEA New Delhi and has its own institutional animal ethics committee. The aqueous extract of Moringa oleifera was procured from the Uma Lakshmi Organic Private Limited, Jodhpur. The plant extract of Moringa was fed orally at the dose of 150 mg per kilogram body weight. The Moringa extract was given daily from 7 days prior to individual or combined treatment of mercury chloride and radiation and continued up to last autopsy intervals. Mercury salt in the form of mercury chloride was used for the present study. It was purchased from the SD Fine Chemicals Private Limited, Boiser, 0.5 ppm aqueous solution of mercury chloride was prepared and given as drinking water. Now, source of irradiation. Cobalt 60 gamma radiotherapy source, Thetron of AECL, make obtained from Canada, was used to irradiate the animals. The facility was provided by the Radiotherapy Department of Prince Vijay Singh Memorial Hospital, Bikaner. The animals were irradiated at the dose rate from 0.95 gray per minute to 1.97 gray per minute. Now, plan of experimentation. The animals were divided into following group. Group 1 treated as shame irradiated animal, that is normal group. Group 2, mercury chloride treated animals. Group 3, radiation treated animals. This group is further divided into two subgroups. Third A, that is 2.5 grade, and third B, that is 5 grade. Group 4, both irradiated and treated with mercury chloride. This group is further divided into two subgroups. 4A, that is 2.5 gray plus mercury chloride, and 4B, that is 5 gray plus mercury chloride. Group 5th, 6th, and 7th, drug treated animal. Group 5th, animal treated with mercury and Moringa oleifera. Group 6, animal treated with radiation and Moringa oleifera. This group is further divided into two subgroups. 6A, that is 2.5 gray plus Moringa. 6B, 5 gray plus Moringa. Group 7, animal treated with radiation, mercury chloride, and Moringa oleifera. This group is further divided into two subgroups. 7A, that is 2.5 gray, mercury chloride, and Moringa oleifera, and 7B, that is 5 gray, mercury chloride, and Moringa oleifera. Now, autopsy of animals. A minimum of 5 animals from each group were autopsied after 1, 2, 4, 7, 14, and 28 days of treatment. 5 shame irradiated mice were also autopsied. The animals were sacrificed by cervical dislocation. Prior to autopsy, the animals were weighed. After sacrificing the animal, kidneys were taken out, blotted with weighed, and kept at -20 degrees Celsius or in Boyle's fluid for biochemical and histopathological studies, respectively. Now, rhinosomatic index. The average weight of kidney was recorded and expressed as rhinosomatic index. Rhinosomatic index, gram per 100 gram of body weight is equal to weight of kidney into 100 divided by weight of body into 1. Now, histopathological studies. After sacrificing the animals, pieces of the kidney were fixed in Bowens fixative for 24 hours. The tissues were washed in water to remove excessive of fixative, dehydrated in graded series of alcohol, cleared in xylene, and embedded in paraffin bags. Sections were cut at 5 μm and stained in Harry's hematoxylin eosin and PAS hematoxylin stain separately for qualitative and quantitative studies. For biochemical estimation, total proteins, glycogen, cholesterol, acid phosphatase activity, alkaline phosphatase activity, DNA, and RNA. Now, rhinosomatic index. In the present investigation, the value of rhinosomatic index was increased in all the groups. In the group second, third, and fourth, that is non-drug treated group, the value of rhinosomatic index increased up to day 14. Thereafter, it declined on day 28. Whereas in the group 5th, 6th, and 7th, that is drug treated animal, the value of rhinosomatic index rose up to day 7. Thereafter, it declined on day 14 and continued to decline up to day 28. The combined treatment of radiation and mercury showed synergistic effect in moringa treated animals. There was a laser increase in this value showing protective effects of moringa. This observation coincided with histopathological and biochemical observations. Histopathological studies. In the present experiment, histopathological changes were found to be dose dependent in the kidney of cis albino mice exposed to 2.5 or 5 gray gamma rays with or without mercury chloride treatment. The changes observed on day first after exposure to 2.5 gray were distortion of renal architecture, intracellular edema, hyperplasia, cytoplasmic degranulation, vacuolation, and pycnotic nuclei, blurred renal tubules, and damaged glomeruli. In the combined treatment of radiation and mercury chloride, synergistic effects were observed. The kidney of Moringa oleifera treated animal exhibited less severe damage as compared to non-drug treated animals as all the corresponding intervals. An early and fast recovery was also noticed in Moringa pre-treated animals. Here, diagram showing shame irradiated animals showing normal renal architecture, cytoplasmic, nuclear, and tubular structure. Here, after 7 days of mercury chloride treatment, distortion of renal architecture, cytoplasmic degranulation, vacuolation, mild interstitial inflammation, glomerulonephritis. After 2 days of gamma rays exposure, that is 5 gray, exhibiting crowding of glomerulus and hydropic degeneration in the cortex, pycnotic nuclei in the tubular, hyperemia of blood vessel is visibly after 2 days, 2.5 gray plus mercury chloride treatment, representing a completely distorted glomerulus with widespread cytoplasmic degranulation and vacuolation. After 1 day, 5 gray plus mercury chloride displaying the Bowman's capsule with widening Bowman's space from contraction of the glomerular and degenerating distorted renal architecture. After 28 days, 5 gray plus mercury chloride displaying a completely arranged renal architecture. After 7 days, 5 gray plus moringa, that is drug treated animal, representing degenerative changes in tubules and glomeruli, damaged blood vessels. Here, after 1 day, 5 gray plus moringa, depicting a distorted renal architecture, cytoplasmic degranulation, vacuolation, and leukocytic infiltration. After 7 days, 5 gray plus moringa, showing disorganized renal tubules, pyknosis, necrosis, crenation, and cytoplasmic vacuolation, atrophied glomerulus. After 7 days, 2.5 gray mercury chloride plus moringa, exhibiting cytoplasmic degranulation, vacuolation, enlarged vascular glomerulus. Now, biochemical changes. The value of cholesterol and DNA decline up to day 14 in the non-drug treated groups and day 7 in the drug treated groups. Thereafter, a rise in the value was observed up to the last autopsy interval, that is day 28. Whereas the value of total protein, glycogen, acid phosphatase activity, alkaline phosphatase activity, and RNA increase up to day 14 in the non-drug treated groups and day 7 in the moringa treated groups. After combined treatment with radiation and mercury chloride, the changes observed were more severe, showing synergistic effect of both the agents. An early and fast recovery was also noted in the moringa treated animals, which showed the protective efficacy of the drug. Total protein showing increasing trend. Glycogen showing increasing trend. Cholesterol showing decreasing trend. Alkaline phosphatase activity, that is increasing trend. Acid phosphatase activity, that is increasing trend. DNA, that is decreasing trend. RNA showing increasing trend. Here, due to radiation, reactive oxygen species induces DNA fragmentation, lipid peroxidation, free radical. Reactive oxygen species reduces glutathione level, superoxide dismutase. Here, moringa inhibits DNA fragmentation, lipid peroxidation, and moringa enhances glutathione level, superoxide dismutase. So, exposure of ionizing radiation causes damages to various cellular organelles and components, especially DNA, mitochondria, and cellular membrane. Ionizing radiation interact with biological targets either through direct effect on cellular molecules or indirectly via the free radical generated from the radiolysis of water. So, radiation countermeasures are radioprotective agents which reduces the harmful effect of ionizing radiation. The most common mechanism of radioprotection is the scavenging of free radicals. Now, protective mechanism of moringa. It is safe and non-toxic. Antioxidant mechanism reduces oxidative stress, increases glutathione level, exudating the repair mechanism of damaged cell membrane, reducing the formation of free radicals, minimize the pathological changes in the living system. The exogenous application of vitamins. Glutathione, increased glutathione level in the tissues on one hand and maintain SH group and increases protein synthesis on the other hand. Studies have also indicated that amount of certain vitamins decreases during heavy metal intoxication and recovery takes place during their exogenous application either alone or in combination. Conclusion. The kidney of Swiss albino mice suffered with radiation and mercury-induced changes at histological and biochemical level. Alteration in the histological structure followed the biochemical changes. The combined treatment of radiation and mercury chloride showed synergistic changes. It has been shown that the exogenous application of moringa increases glutathione level in the tissue on one hand and maintain SH group and increases protein synthesis on the other hand. The production offered by moringa has been explained by scavenging or oxidizing free radicals. Thus, it can be deduced that moringa may inhibit the lipid peroxidation by reducing the formation of free radicals, scavenging of free radicals, that is antioxidant mechanism, exudating the repair mechanism of damaged cell membrane. The kidney of moringa treated animals showed less severe radiolism and early and fast recovery in comparison to non-drug treated animals. Thus, it seems that Moringa oleifera has protected the kidney at both the dose level with and without mercury chloride treatment. Ionizing radiation is the most harmful because it can ionize molecules or break chemical bond, which damages the molecule and cause malfunction in cell processes. It can also create reactive hydroxyl radical that damage biological molecules and disrupt physiological processes. Moringa extends the shelf life of lipid containing food due to the presence of various types of antioxidant compounds such as ascorbic acid, flavonoids, phenolic, and carotenoid. The benefits are attributed to its antioxidant compound since it could also boost glutathione and SOD enzyme. So thank you.
Taking a look at the events of April 26, 1986, a date that was forever seared into history. We will be discussing one of the best-known disasters of the 20th century, an event remembered today as the worst man-made tragedy and the biggest nuclear catastrophe in all of history. If you enjoy true crime, mysteries, and true stories, be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. Now, let's get into it. In 1986, Chernobyl, Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union. The first nuclear reactor in the area was built in 1977, and before April 26th, the nuclear power plant was beginning to look like a beacon of USSR success. However, There was no way to predict the catastrophe that would occur and result in altering the fate of those at the plant, as well as countless others in the surrounding areas for generations to come. At 1:23 a.m. on the 26th, the nuclear plant attempted to conduct a fairly routine test to see how the plant would function during a power loss. The test would last less than a minute. In total, only 36 seconds. The plant was shut down in order to conduct the test that was meant to check how the power from the steam turbines would transfer to the backup generators. During the test, reactor number 4 experienced a raise of output power. At first, this was expected. However, a series of missteps resulted in unimaginable consequences. 25-year-old Leonid Toptunov was the senior reactor control engineer, and that night, he was on shift at Reactor 4. He was highly trained and knew better than most how difficult the reactors were to maintain. However, he had only been in this position of senior control engineer for 2 months, and he had accidentally missed a step when he took control of the reactor, which caused the power output to dramatically fall. Toptunov had suggested shutting down the reactor completely, and therefore ending the test, but his superior manager, Anatoly Dyatlov, threatened him to increase the power to continue the test. The workers then inserted control core rods into the reactor, which were made of boron carbide to reduce the power output. However, due to another error, the control rods had the graphite in the middle, meaning that they did not decrease the energy when expected, and instead, there was a sudden, unpredicted surge of power, which caused an immediate steam explosion. The explosion cracked through the reactor, blowing the upper casing up through the ceiling. The first explosion was closely followed by a second, this one caused by the built-up hydrogen from the previous steam explosion. The deputy chief engineer, Anatoly Dyatlov, had been supervising the test, and he claimed that, had he known that the graphite was in the center of the rods, he never would have instructed the workers to continue the test. Some now speculate that the reactor was already unstable prior to the test. The rods did very little to cause the disaster. The initial explosion was massive. Bursts of fire, the steam explosion, and large clouds of radiation were released as high as a kilometer into the air and the surrounding areas. The radiation was described by the Berkeley physics professor, Dr. Richard Muller, as like shrapnel from a bomb. Around 5% of the radioactive reactor core was deposited across Europe, and some of that radiation was found all the way in Sweden. Shockingly, the Chernobyl power plant was not equipped to deal with any sort of disaster. Normal regulations required there to be a containment building, which would be a gas-tight structure surrounding the nuclear reactor. It was normally a dome reinforced with steel and concrete that would prevent anything radioactive from being released into the surrounding area from the reactor. The Chernobyl plant had no containment building. If there had been one, the disaster would likely not have caused any deaths. Initially, the Soviet Union responded to the disaster by trying to hide the exact magnitude of the destruction from the rest of the world, and even those in the USSR. In fact, it actually took them about a week to finally make an announcement to the world that the explosion had occurred, and that tons of radiation had leaked into the wide area surrounding Chernobyl. The USSR government forbade people from leaving certain areas and actually cut phone lines to repress the spread of information. However, it now appears that this drastic measure may have actually backfired on the oppressive regime, as today, much of the truth of what happened that fateful night in Chernobyl still isn't entirely known. Because the Soviets employed such harsh measures to maintain secrecy, we may never know some of the true details of what occurred. Andrei Glukov worked at the Chernobyl plant and had heard the loud bangs of the explosion in the early morning hours of April 26th. Following the booms of the plant's ceiling being blown off, there was a brief cut in the power. It wasn't until 2 days later when Andre himself went into the plant and saw the glowing reactor core that he realized what had happened. Even as an employee, he hadn't been told of the explosion until later. He said about seeing the core, "This was the moment that I realized this was not an accident. It was a disaster." 2 workers at the Chernobyl plant died from the explosion within hours of the disaster. The body of one of the men is believed to actually still be inside the plant. But the casualties grew in the following weeks, rapidly climbing to 31 radiation syndrome from the leaked radioactive material. Over 200 of those who responded to the disaster later died, most from cancer, usually thyroid cancer. It is important to note that the exact death toll of those affected by the Chernobyl disaster is still widely contested today. Though the UN acknowledges at least 4,000 people were killed as a consequence of the explosion and radiation, other estimates bring that number as high as hundreds of thousands who were affected and died from exposure to the radiation. Other reports claim that about 50 people died as a direct result of exposure to the radiation released. Many of them were workers at the plant, but many didn't actually succumb to their illnesses right away, and the latest death was counted in 2004. However, still other numbers, such as those estimated by Greenpeace, think the number of direct deaths could eventually be as enormous as 93,000. The United Nations Scientific Committee on the Effects of Atomic Radiation has also found evidence of 15 more deaths from thyroid cancer caused by exposure to radiation from the Chernobyl disaster. A whopping 6,500 other non-fatal thyroid cancers were identified to be caused by the radioactivity. However, the UN has now released the statement, "There is no evidence of a major public health impact attributable to radiation exposure 20 years after the accident." Overall, there is no conclusive or universally agreed upon number for just how many people died in association with the Chernobyl disaster. There may never be any agreement. Many of those who died were the brave firefighters who had run into the disaster area to try and control the raging fires that broke out in the power plant. These firefighters were exposed to extreme levels of radiation, and dozens of them later died from radiation poisoning. The only way to fight off this kind of extreme exposure is through a blood transfusion, which none of them received. In total, 27 firefighters died from radiation sickness. One of those firefighters was Vasily Ignatenko, who was one of the first to arrive after the reactor exploded. He was only 25 when he responded to what he believed was a routine fire. Vasily and the other firefighters showed up without any of the necessary equipment that may have kept them safe from the radiation. He had been living in the city of Pripyat, which is near the Ukraine-Belarus border, when he received the summons to help stop the rapidly spreading fire. Pripyat was built specifically as a place for the Chernobyl workers and their families to live. About 60,000 people lived there at the time. Ignatenko's wife, Lyudmila, later lamented that Vasily and the other firefighters were going straight into the hands of death. They all drove out in their usual uniforms, not wearing chemical protection, not having anything but a layer of clothes against what was an unimaginable dose of radiation. They didn't even put on the canvas gear that would have slightly helped to protect them. The firefighters arrived at 1:28 a.m., just 5 minutes after the test began and the explosion occurred. Along with the other firefighters, Vasily immediately hurried up to the Chernobyl plant's roof in an attempt to extinguish the graphite fires that were spewing flames into the open air. They apparently tried to beat down the flames and put out the burning graphite by kicking at it with their feet. As highly trained firefighters, it only took a few hours to put out those fires completely. However, the flames inside Reactor 4 remained burning for almost 2 weeks. The brave team of firefighters couldn't have known that each moment ticking by as they toiled away at the fire for hours was spelling their demise. Vasily died 2 weeks later from severe radiation poisoning. His passing wasn't easy, and in fact, he seemed to improve for a short time before he began to rapidly deteriorate. Lyudmila said that when she visited him daily in the hospital, he had times where he seemed to be recovering, even feeling well enough to stand up from the bed and give her 3 carnations he had kept under his pillow for her. She later said these were the last flowers he gave her. Horribly, Vasily was essentially burning up from within from the radiation, and his doctor said that his nervous system and his skull were both extremely damaged. Lyudmila described it as, his skin started cracking on his arms and legs. He became covered with boils. When he turned his head, there'd be a clump of hair left on the pillow. The burns started to come to the surface, in his mouth, on his tongue, his cheeks. At first, there were little lesions, and then they grew. It came off in layers, as white film, the color of his face, his body. Blue, red, gray-brown. Lyudmila said she tried to joke with him to make him feel better by commenting that it was convenient he no longer needed a comb since his hair was falling out. The loving couple met as young teenagers in 1979 before marrying in 1983, and they had been together ever since. Lyudmila had actually begged the radiologist treating her husband to let her see Vasily. At the time, she didn't mention that she was pregnant. In fact, she actually lied to the doctor and told him that she had already had 2 children. The doctor reportedly warned her not to touch him, and that if she cried or showed too much emotion, they would kick her out of his room. She chose to ignore many of the warnings from doctors to stay away, and would move the protective plastic around him in order to see Vasily. She recalled, "But I was 22, madly in love with my husband. With every cell of my body, I wanted to believe this was fume poisoning. Tragically, as much as Lyudmila wanted to maintain hope, the inevitable soon occurred, and she was sadly left a widow." After he died, Vasily's body had to be buried in a metal coffin because it was still filled with dangerous levels of radiation. He was also buried below zinc and concrete to keep the public safe. Lyudmila said they couldn't get shoes on him because his feet had swelled up. They had to cut up the formal wear too, because they couldn't get it on him. There wasn't a whole body to put it on. 2 months later, she gave birth to a baby girl who died only 4 hours later. Her daughter suffered from congenital heart malformation and cirrhosis of the liver, which are both consequences of radiation exposure. The HBO show Chernobyl, based on the real disaster, has become a binging sensation. In fact, it is the highest-rated show on IMDb. Most TV shows are thought to dramatize certain aspects of such disasters to make the story more extreme. But in this case, it seems that no mere media reenactment can truly do complete justice to how horrific that fateful day was. The series' interpretation of the disaster has been described by the former Chernobyl plant deputy director, Alexander Kovalenko, as the series more or less reflected the drama of the situation, but in real life, it was much worse. Lyudmila and Vasily appear as some of the most tragic characters in the HBO series. When the show Chernobyl premiered, Lyudmila fell under intense scrutiny for her choice to visit her husband while he was dangerously radioactive in the hospital. She later told BBC that journalists, quote, "were asking me why I had been at my husband's bedside, knowing that I was pregnant at the time. But tell me, how could you leave him? I thought my baby was safe inside me. We didn't know anything about radiation then." She went on to say that after watching the show, people insinuated, quote, "that I killed my baby." She now says that she never actually gave permission to anyone to tell her story, despite HBO's claim otherwise. She wrote her own story in a book published in 1997 titled Voices for Chernobyl. Though 30 years has passed since the horrible disaster stole her husband and later her daughter, Lyudmila has said, "There is no day that I don't think about my husband and daughter, not a day that I don't feel pain." But Vasily's heart-wrenching story is only one of many. On April 27th, the day following the explosion, the evacuation began. 30,000 people were in immediate area of the Chernobyl reactor explosion, and a total of 135,000 had to be evacuated. Eventually, 350,000 people were evacuated because of the disaster, and the resettlement is still uncompleted today. Those in the area were exposed to a similar amount of radioactivity as the survivors of the Hiroshima atomic bomb in 1945. 45 REM, a measurement of radiation, was released, which is not enough to cause radiation sickness in those outside the immediate area of Chernobyl, but it does increase the risk of cancer by 1.8%. However, a 2006 study done by the International Atomic Energy Agency calculated that due to the sheer culmination of radiation, the exposure was more like 10 million REM, which likely caused at least 4,500 deaths from cancer. The most harmful radiation from the blast happened in the first weeks after the explosion. Even 15 minutes following the explosion, it was measured that the radioactivity had dropped to 1/4 of its initial value. After 1 day, to 1/15. After 3 months, to less than 1%. As part of the Soviet Union's radiation containment plan, 5,000 tons of lead, boron carbide, sand, and clay were dropped over top to entomb Reactor 4. In addition, an entire square mile of forest surrounding the site was cut down and burned to try to reduce the radioactivity near Chernobyl, and just as importantly, to stop it from spreading. Once the massive fires were put out at Chernobyl and people were moved, the next emergency became the need to drain the tanks below Reactor 4. There were 43 million gallons of water sitting below the still-burning nuclear reactor. The firefighters who had first responded had actually tried to drain the water, but were unsuccessful.
साक्षी रेडी हो गई लड़के वाले आते ही होंगे रेडी माँ ओहो बड़ा ग्लो है
The emergency was that the core of the reactor was actually still melting, and it was heading down towards a huge pool of water that, if mixed, would have caused a second enormous steam explosion. The story is often told that the 3 men who went into Reactor 4 to drain the tanks of water were heroic volunteers who knew they were likely going to their deaths. Many people believe they chose to dive below the reactor to open a valve to release in order to save their country. But this is far from the truth. The divers weren't volunteers with the ability to choose their fate. Instead, they were workers from the power plant with knowledge of the reactors. Because of their jobs, they were required to do this deadly work. Though they were told they could refuse, the feeling of immense pressure and responsibility meant that none did. One explained that he simply felt that nobody else could properly complete the task, as he was the only person on the shift who knew where the valves were located. On May 8th, the divers arrived to finally drain the tanks. They donned wetsuits and entered the water, soon encountering a harrowing setback that only added a level of difficulty to the intimidating mission already ahead of them. Their lamp went out, leaving them with no choice but to continue their operation in the dark. Chernobyl expert Andrew Leatherbarrow, author of 1-2340, The Incredible True Story of the Chernobyl Nuclear Disaster, explains that the divers were met with radioactive water up to their knees as they waded through the dusky basement, walking through a corridor stuffed with myriad pipes and valves. He said of the group's objective to locate the correct valve, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. And yet the determined divers did it anyway. The group of men are often referred to as the Suicide Squad, as their expected survival rate was so low. One of the men was the engineer Alexei Ananenko, who wore no other protection against the radiation and the radioactive water except for diving equipment. Alexei said, "I never felt like a hero. I was doing my job. I was ordered to go there, so I went. I wasn't afraid." Initially, reports claimed that all 3 of the men had died from the exposure to radiation. But in fact, all 3 survived. They described their immense joy and relief upon fixing the problem, saying, "When the searchlight beam fell on a pipe, we were joyous. The pipe led us to the valves. We heard the rush of water out of the tank, and in a few more minutes, we were being embraced by the guys." One of the divers passed away in 2005, but the 2 others still have survived to this day. Because of their brave actions, they prevented another, possibly even more deadly explosion. Aforementioned expert Leatherbear emphasized the dire necessity of these unlikely heroes' actions, saying that, regardless of how anyone might try to downplay the importance of what they did that day, quote, "They still went into a pitch-black, badly damaged basement beneath a molten reactor core that was slowly burning its way down to them." Some experts on the Chernobyl disaster later explained that, had this trio not stepped up to prevent this potential additional explosion, half of Europe's population could very well have been wiped out from the impending catastrophe. To make matters worse, the scope and range of radiation that this could have caused may have left a huge chunk of Europe completely and utterly uninhabitable for up to 500,000 years in its wake. The first person who fully understood the gravity of the situation of Chernobyl was Valery Legasov. Legasov was a Soviet scientist and member of the Academy of Science of the USSR, and became chief of the Investigating Response Commission of the disaster. Prior to the explosion at Chernobyl, he had championed the need for better safety measures at nuclear power plants. It was Legasov who first insisted that all of Pripyat be evacuated, and without his input, the death toll from direct radiation would have likely been much higher. He and the commission looked into the possible causes of the disaster, as well as ideas on how to prevent this type of catastrophe in the future. While they investigated, they couldn't stay in a hotel, and ended up living in an evacuated hospital for the mentally ill. Legasov eventually suggested that liquid nitrogen should be put under the reactor in order to try to cool the core. This turned out to be a mistake. However, as the core never melted through the concrete, and as a result, this actually resulted in more contamination for areas in Belarus. On April 26, 1988, the anniversary of 2 years since the Chernobyl explosion, Legasov committed suicide. It was one day before he was meant to present the findings of his investigation into the disaster. There are conflicting reports about where he hung himself, whether it was in his apartment, the stairwell of his apartment, or his office. What isn't contested is Legasov's mental state after finishing his investigation at Chernobyl. He was under immense pressure from the Soviet government to censor his findings, but instead, his documents revealed previously unknown facts about the Chernobyl disaster. Many believe that his commitment to share the truth about Chernobyl brought more stress than he could handle. Following the disaster, the men in charge were taken to court, and a 3-week trial ensued. The 3 men were 51-year-old Viktor Brukin, the chief engineer Nikolai Fomin, and his deputy Anatoly Dyatlov. Brukinov had become the plant's director at only 34, and was described as a well-liked, soft-spoken man. Before the disaster, his supervision brought Chernobyl to a higher standard and was used to exemplify USSR's success. After the trial, they were all found guilty, charged with the gross violation of safety regulations. The judge was quoted as saying, "There was an atmosphere of lack of control and a lack of responsibility at the plant." Viktor Brukinov was sentenced to 10 years of hard labor, plus a concurrent 5 years for his abuse of power, the maximum punishment, as the resulting deaths and destruction were seen as solely his fault. Nikolai Fomin and Anatoly Dyatlov both received 10-year sentences as well for criminal mismanagement. Though Fomin received the same sentence as the other men, he was actually not even present at the plant at the time of the explosion and was on vacation. None of the defendants showed any emotion beyond bowed heads when their sentence was passed, even though the courtroom was filled with the weeping relatives of those who had died at Chernobyl. The trial concluded that the disaster was caused by both the flaws in the reactor and human error. But despite this, Anatoly Dyatlov is now often viewed as the villain of the Chernobyl disaster. He was likely the most experienced engineer working at the plant, but he was also reportedly a dictator to everyone who worked below him. In fact, many of his colleagues outright detested him. It was reported that the night of the explosion he knew there had been a large power drop, but still continued to conduct the dangerous tests. Because Dyatlov demanded that the workers follow him without question, no one protested out of fear of disobeying him, and thus, they went on to complete the tests that led to the explosion. Even though Brukhanov was the director, that Dyatlov was to blame, as he wanted to rush certain protocols in an attempt to become the boss. Because of this, he was remembered as an arrogant narcissist by those affected at Chernobyl.
Ankur Bhaiya, I hated you when your ads kept on running over and over again on my feed. ये एक actual email है जो मुझे मिली थी, but this email.
After more investigation into what actually caused the nuclear meltdown, it was discovered that the reactor had design flaws that were out of both Brukhanov's and Dyatlov's control. The Chernobyl Reactor 4's design was unique to many other nuclear power plants, and the resulting flaw was that it occasionally generated intense and unexpected surges of power if any steam bubbles in the reactor core were allowed to form. It was this design flaw, coupled with human error, that led to the explosion. Adding some historical context to the devastating oversight, the design flaw and later disaster were a direct result of Cold War isolation. Because the USSR was operating without much contact with other countries, it did not have the same types of safety features that other areas were utilizing. The specific design issue in the Chernobyl reactor has never been an issue in other nuclear power plants, and the disaster led to massive reforms in safety for industry in the USSR. The former president Gorbachev said that the Chernobyl accident led to the fall of the Soviet Union more than his program of liberal reform. Today, the people who are still living in the vast areas of Russia and Eastern Europe are affected by the explosion from 30 years prior. Though not directly nearby, these areas were still affected by the massive clouds of radiation all those years ago. Children are frequently born with birth defects, sometimes very severe and with rare cancers. These poor children's mothers have spent their lives growing up in areas where the radiation permeates much of the water they drink and the food they eat. They themselves do not suffer the drastic physical consequences, though many report being frequently ill and fatigued. It is their children whose bodies display the harm of radiation. Some of the physical defects can include children born without limbs or with painful abnormalities, or even one case where a baby was born with 2 heads. The greatest illness, though, appears to be the cancers which these children are born with, or with predispositions to develop at much higher than normal rates. A pediatrician, Dr. Rachel Furley, treats many of these children in Belarus, and she reports that about half of the 800 kids she's helped have developed thyroid cancer. Yet, some who are originally from the area have actually moved back, even knowing that they are exposing themselves and their descendants to levels of radiation. One such person is a 62-year-old woman named Valentina. Her family lived in the area near Chernobyl, and following the explosion, she had initially left. But now, she has returned to live a mere 30 kilometers from the exclusion zone, along with 180 others, most of whom are elderly. Valentina has said, "I don't worry about my health. We don't fear the radiation. For us, it doesn't matter where we die." With a history of tragedy, it may be surprising to learn that the area of Chernobyl has a huge tourist business. For many of us, the idea of visiting the bleak and destroyed area would not be appealing. Yet, people from around the world have come to catch a glimpse of what remains of the town and the surviving evidence of the disaster. Since 2010, Chernobyl and Pripyat have been declared safe for visitors and have since become an integral part of the recent phenomenon of dark tourism. Dark tourism describes the fascination many travelers have to visit places that have seen tragic or horrific pasts. Other areas besides Chernobyl that are popular for dark tourism are Nazi concentration camps or the 9/11 Memorial. The Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky made Chernobyl a tourist area in an attempt to mend the area's negative reputation. Zelensky said, "We must give this territory of Ukraine a new life." His official website says that Chernobyl is a unique place on the planet where nature revives after a global man-made disaster, where there is a real ghost town. We have to show this place to the world. Scientists, ecologists, historians, tourists. When tourists visit the area, they have to go through a screening process before and after to check for radioactive particles. Experts say that there are risks still associated with visiting the area. But radiation exposure is minimal if people remain in the areas that are deemed safe, as some spots have not been fully decontaminated. Some tourists have been exposed as being disrespectful to the area by taking Instagram photo shoots there, obviously forgetting that Chernobyl was the site of a disaster that ended in a massive loss of life. Tourists are able to visit the Chernobyl exclusion area, but only with a guide, and they can even enter the control room of Reactor 4. They are advised not to touch anything while visiting and to never sit down on any objects within the cordon. Today, the area is overrun with wildlife, including moose, deer, wild boar, and wolves. In fact, the population of wolves is 7 times higher than that of other wolf populations in nearby reserves. But the overall levels of wildlife are still fairly low, which is a good indication that the radiation in the area does still affect the animals and plants. All these decades later, the disaster has hardly dissipated. Over 30 years after Reactor 4 exploded, radioactivity still plagues Chernobyl. Though the levels have dramatically decreased, there is still some left today. 97% of Reactor 4's radioactive contents are actually still inside.
Some people say that women are meant to be in the kitchen. That's ridiculous.
Yes, it was a double promotion and a 50% hike in my package as well.
I have reached out now to the Middle East and Germany.
The other 3% is the radiation that was released during the explosion and leaked into the surrounding area. Today, a concrete sarcophagus sits atop Reactor 4 in an attempt to contain some of the radiation. It was quickly built in only 2 weeks and is actually currently crumbling. Andrei Glukov, the worker who was at Chernobyl following the disaster, is now part of the massive project to design and build a structure that will eventually be moved to be a shield around Reactor 4. When the structure is installed, it will be assembled by robotic machinery to prevent human interaction with the highly radioactive reactor. Though the project is ongoing, it could take up to 30 more years to finally complete. The last active reactor in Chernobyl was officially closed in 2000, meaning that, following the disaster, the plant actually still produced electricity for 14 years. A spokesperson from the World Nuclear Association has said that the Chernobyl accident was serious and has resulted in long-term psychological and socioeconomic impacts for the people affected. However, serious nuclear accidents are very rare, and even accounting for these, nuclear energy has caused fewer deaths than any other form of electricity generation. In fact, many supporters of nuclear energy, as well as professionals in the field, urge the public to research more into the positive aspects of the power source. According to The Guardian, the IPCC, or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is also a notable organization that has openly advocated for nuclear power, explaining that some estimates show evidence that our nuclear capacity must actually double if we wish to have any hope of preventing further climate change ramifications. The same article posits that the scary potential consequences of nuclear energy mishaps, as exemplified by the Chernobyl incident, have frightened many people into opposing the practice altogether, fearing a similar outcome. However, it states that, while nuclear energy has risks, it is also primarily, quote, clean, safe, and hugely efficient. It is still unclear where the future of nuclear energy is heading, but after witnessing the devastation that the infamous Chernobyl plant wreaked, proponents of the developing industry will most likely need to do some serious damage control on nuclear power's damaged reputation before the general public will open up to the possibilities of further embracing or enthusiastically funding it. The disaster of Chernobyl has left a lasting memory and sparked in many a fear of the consequences of radiation. It still fascinates us to look back at the best-known disaster of the 20th century as we try to understand how it could have occurred. Whether or not you're brave enough to go and visit yourself, there is something we can all take from the Chernobyl disaster. The importance of learning from the past to avoid repeating the same mistakes in the future, as well as the consequences that come from being reactive after a disaster strikes, rather than taking the necessary proactive steps to prevent such an avoidable outcome.
Hello everyone, and that was Chernobyl disaster. And I think this is one of the most worst thing to be remembered by the environmentalists, that how the disasters can affect the environment. So now it's time for the 12th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Abhishek Mehta, who is working as an assistant professor, information technology and computer science in Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat, India. He has 10 years of teaching experience. His basic qualification is Bachelor's in Computer Science from V. Narmad, South Gujarat University, Master's in Computer Science from Srimad Rajchandra Institute of Management and Computer Application. He has completed PhD in the field of digital image processing and natural language processing from Sabarmati University, Ahmedabad. He has received Best Research Paper Award in International Conference on Recent Advancement in Engineering and Technology, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication Association with Mirva University in June 2019. He also received Research Excellence Award from NASA, received Teachers Innovation Award from Zero Investment Innovations for Education Initiative, Sri Aurobindo Society, Puducherry. He has published 18 research papers in reputed and peer-reviewed national, international journals, and presented 73 research papers in state, national, and international conferences, delivered 6 expert talks in various refresher courses, orientation courses, workshops conducted by universities in India and UGC. He has attended more than 50 workshops conferences, refresher courses, orientation programs, training programs. He has received research grant of 1 lakh for startup Rega Clown from SSIP under GISC scheme Gujarat government. He has received research grant of around rupees 85,000 project for a project of safety of Little Heart from SSIP GTU. He has received Outstanding Research Award, Outstanding Research Paper Award, Best Research Paper Presentation Award in international conferences. He has also received Faculty Research Excellence Award by Parul University. He also received Faculty Research Excellence Award from Parul University and patented 2 projects with Government of India. It's our pleasure to have you with us, Dr. Mehta. और आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन है. Now I would request you to start with your keynote address. Stage is all yours, Dr. Mehta.
Okay, so thank you so much, ma'am, for the brief introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of International Short-Term Training Program 3, that Sustainable Development Goals for Environmental Conservation, that organized by Raj Rishi Government Autonomous College, Albert, Rajasthan, India. I would like to organize Muskan ma'am. I would like to thank Muskan. I would like to thank Mamta ma'am to continuous putting their efforts in the different STTPs, even in the workshops, even in the national level seminar organized by the organization. And I really grateful to you, to organizing committee. Even I appreciate the efforts of each and every person, those who are connected with this STTP workshops and seminars. And there are many events that is organized by the Rishiraj Government Autonomous College. So once again, thank you so much to giving such a platforms to all the participants and the people to take such a knowledge regarding the environment. And in personally in my session, in each and every sessions of STTPs and the workshops, that I have explained the environment with technology, that how to save our environment with the technology. So once again, thank you so much, and I heartily welcome all participants again. So now it's time to connect with the information technology with the conservation of our environment, to save our environment, right? So without wasting too much time, here I share my screen with you all. Just acknowledge me that it is visible or not at your end. Hope my screen is visible. Yeah, okay. So myself, Dr. Abhishek Mehta, and today I am explaining about, today I am giving a note on the role of information technology in environment and in the human health, right? As we people are already know about it, that because of the environment, now we are suffering from some health problem also. So dear guys and dear participants, we have the many informations technology. The technology is actually useful for to save our environment, even to save the to conserve our environment, even the human health. So the role of information technology in environment. So the information technology has tremendous potentials in the field of environment and education and the health. In any other field like business, economics, politics, or culture. As we people already know about it, that information technology nowadays it is used in each and every area. Even in the COVID-19 pandemic, when we all are suffering from the COVID-19 virus, then we all are connected with the students online. Even see, this is the live example of STTP-3, that we all are connected with each other using the using the information technology. So this information technology, it have this, it is the field of environment educations, and at the other side, it is also used in the business, economics, politics, and the culture. So with the development of internet facilities, the GIS, geographical information systems, and informations through the satellites has generated wealth to up-to-date information on the various aspects of environment and health. As we people already know about it, that we want the data. We all are wants the data for the processing of any informations, because if I want the informations, I mandatory want the data. So the number of software has been developed for environment and health studies, which are used friendly and can help an early learner in knowing and understanding the subjects. So this is the role of information technology in the field of environment. That the first one, that is the database. So the database on environment systems. What are the database that we people are using nowadays? So there are many types of databases. Are actually, what is database, dear guys and participants? The database, it is used to store all the datas, right? If I want to develop the website, but that is actually, it is actually harmful to the environment. Why? Because we people are using such a kind of technology. We nowadays, their environment is also not good for our health. So for the same, the database, that is the one collection of interrelated data on the various subjects, and it is actually usually computerized form and can be retrieved whenever it is required. So what is a database? In the database, we can store any type of data for the environmental system. So in the environmental system, I want the data from the wildlife also. Even in the environmental system, whatever the component that is related to the environment, that all the data are stored in the environment system. So in the computer, the information of database can be very quickly retrieved. And the comprehensive database that include the wildlife databases, conservation databases, forest over database, etc. So database is also available for diseases like HIV/AIDS, malaria, and fluorosis. So these all are the databases is also available for such a kind of disease. And in the environmental system, we can use any type of databases, either the wildlife databases, either the conservation databases, either the forest cover databases. The first one, that is a national management information system. Now my first question is, what is the management information system? Management information system is, we have, if I want to retrieve all the data, dear participants, then first one, that is a TPS. So TPS, that is a nothing but this is the transaction processing system. The transaction processing system are stored the data on the routine basis. Routine basis data are stored in the transaction processing system, right? So suppose as an example, that if I want to store the data, right, in the form of routine transaction, it is stored in the transaction processing system. Then all the monthly transactions, that is stored in management information systems. So the first one is National Management Information System. So this system is department of this NMIS of a Department of Science and Technology has compiled a database on a research and development projects along with information about the research scientists and personnel involved. right? So if I want the generate the data based on the monthly basis, then the management information systems that is used. The next one is environmental information systems. What is environmental information systems? In the environment information system, the Ministry of Environment and the Forest, the government of India has created on information systems called the environmental information systems. With this headquarters in Delhi, it functions at 25 different centers all over the countries. And ENVIS centers work to generating the network of databases like pollution control, clean technology, remote sensing, coastal enology, biodiversity, Western Ghats, even the Eastern environmental management, media related to environment, renewable energy, then desertifications, then the wildlife, Himalayan ecology, and mining. See, if you want to actually work on the environment, on the research, right, dear participants, then you can do the research on the different types of technology. That technology is actually useful, right? That is related to the environment. What are the technology? That pollution control, that is also on a field of research. The clean technologies, that is also on a field of research. The remote sensing, that is also on a field of research. The coastal ecology, that is also on a field of research. Biodiversity, that is also on a field of research. So in this lecture, in this talk, you people will learn about the different topics that is actually useful to to the research in the field of environment. Now the next one is remote sensing and geographical information system. So the remote sensing and geographical information system, that means what? What is the remote sensing? We people are using the GPS system, right? Geographical mapping, right? Map system, GPS. The GPS system, it is actually work based on the satellite and remote sensing. So the satellite imageries and provide us the actual informations about the various physical and biological resources. And it is also some extent their state of degradation in the digital form through the remote sensing. Remote sensing, that is the one wireless communication, dear participants. Wireless, that means it is not connected with the wire. When we want to use the GPS system, then it is directly connected with the satellite and directly connected with the remote sensing, right? So such a kind of remote sensing devices and remote sensing, it is actually save our environment, right? And how it is save our environment, and how it is save our environment, it is save our environment with the different technology. The next is the satellite imageries provide the actual information about the various physical and biological resources, also some extent about their state of degradations and digital form through the remote sensing. And we are able to gather digital information on the environment subjects like the water logging, then the desertification, deforestation, urban sprawl, river and canal network, mineral and energy reserves, and so on. And dear participants, nowadays the energy conservations and energy renewable, these both are the most recent research topic in the field of environment, right? So using the remote sensing and using the geographical information systems, we can easily identify the environment's aspects, such as water logging, on which area the water logging is there. So with that, we save our environment, we save the water. Next one is urban sprawl, river and the canal network. Using GPS system, we can easily identify that the network of canal and the network of river. Even with the energy reserves, we can also, using the GIS, we can also identify that what about the wildlife network, right? So actually using information technology and with the computer science, we can when we embed the computer science and the computer science, information technology, and the environment, it is actually very useful to do the research in the field of environment. The next one is geographical information systems. Now, what is the GIS? The GIS has proved to be a very effective tool in environmental management. In environmental management, the most important tool is the tool that is the geographical information system. That tool, a technique to superimposing various thematic maps using the digital data on the large number of interrelated or interdependent aspects. So with the several useful of softwares have been developed and working in the field of GIS. So for the environment management, we can easily develop the softwares using the GIS to save our environment. So with the different thematic maps containing digital information in the number of aspects like water resources, industrial growth, then the human and settlements, road network, soil type, forest land, crop land, and grassland, etc. So are superimposed in the layered form in the computer using software, right? So with the software, we can easily getting the digital information that is related to the environment, such as the water resources, industrial growth, and what is the human settlements, what is the road network, what is the network of the river, what is the network of canal, that we can easily identify, right? So actually using GIS system, using the information technology tool, we can easily do the research in the field of network. So such informations of polluted zones, graded lands, or discarded uh, croplands, etc., can be made up based on GIS, right? We can easily identify the lands, okay, using the GIS. GIS, that is a geographical information system. So with the planning of locating suitable area for industrial growth is now being done using GIS by preparing zoning atlas. The GIS serves to check unplanned growth and help in the providing correct, reliable, verifiable information about the forest cover success of conservation efforts, right? So using the GIS, we can easily identify the different types of research in the field of environment. We also provide the information of atmospheric phenomena like approaches of monsoon, ozone layer, then depletion, many new reserves of oil, mineral, etc. With the remote sensing and GIS play a key role in a resource mapping, environmental conservations, management, planning, environmental impact assessment. See, using the GIS, we can easily provide the informations that is related to the atmospheric phenomena, right? Even what about the atmosphere, that we can also identify using the GIS system. Like approaches like monsoon and ozone layer, even the new source of oil, even the minerals, etc. That we So we can easily identify such a kind of topics. We can identify such a kind of research topics using the GIS. So GIS, that is the most strong tool of environment. So if you people are doing the research, then you can also use such a kind of tool, that geographical information system. So it also helps to identify the several diseases infested area which are prone to some vector-borne disease like malaria. Then based on upon the mapping of such an area, there are several distribution information centers in our country and that are linked with each other, and the central information network having the access to international databases, right? So it is also helps to identify the different types of disease, right? That disease such as the malaria. Because using the GIS system, we can easily find the different types of disease based on the area and based on the city, right? Because they are providing the information through the satellites. They also provide the information of atmospheric phenomena like approaches of monsoons. Even the GIS playing the information roles resource mapping, environmental conservations, management and planning, environmental impact assessment, right? So for the environmental impact and environmental conservation, the GIS system, it is also used. Now, next one is the World Wide Web. Now, what is a World Wide Web? World Wide Web, that means it is www. So with the resources material on every aspect, classroom activities, even the digital files of photos, PowerPoint, lecture presentation, animations, web exercise, and quiz have proved to be extremely useful for the students and the teacher of environmental studies, right? Using the World Wide Web, we, the teacher and the students, right, they both are interacting with each other very well, right? Now we are connecting with each other using the Google Meet. So Google Meet, it is working based on the www, right? So using the www, me, the organizing committee, even you all are participants. They all are connecting with each other. So I can easily share the informations with you. You can easily get the informations and the organizer are easily organize the events also. So using the www, we are saving the environment. Now the digital technology and the conservation of nature. This digital technology is changing the nature conservations and increasingly profound ways. It describes this impact and its significance through the concept of digital conservation, which we found to comprises the five pivotal dimensions: data on nature, data on people, data on integrations and analysis, communications, experience, and participatory governance. So digital technology. So dear participant, digital technology, it is actually useful for the environment. Even for the spatial analysis, it is also used. Even it is already described in the PPT that using the digital technology, it is also with the concept of digital conservations, which we found the different types of data on people, data on integration, right? Even we can describe this impact with the different examining digital analysis and communication and experience. So with this examining digital innovation in the nature conservations and addressing how it's development, how it is implemented, and we won against the hypers, even the technofix thinking, good news narrative. So we identify a need of rigorous evaluations, comprehensive, with the digital technology may best be the reconceptualized by the conservations from something that is either good or bad to a dual-phased force in need of guidance. So using the digital technology, dear participants, we can easily found as a business, you want to we can easily found the different types of research topics using the GIS. Even using the GIS, we can also fulfill the requirement of environment conservations, right? So out of that, I have one technology. That one technology is green computing, right? So now, what is the green computing and how it is benefited to the environment? So the basic term of green computing is involving to reducing the environmental impact of technology. This means using the less energy and reducing the waste and promoting the sustainability. Green computing aims to reduces the carbon footprint generated by the information technology. That systems business, the system business and related to industries, even the energy efficiency, e-waste are two major techniques to provide in green computing. So energy efficiency involves the implementations of the central processing units, and there are many peripheral devices are there. So it reduced and resource consumptions. And e-waste is a proper disposal of electronic waste, right? Nowadays, we are wasting too much electricity, right? So because of that, this green computing that is there in the market, the green computing is resolving the reducing the environmental impact of technology. Using this, we can save the energy, we can save our environment, we can save our reducing waste, and we can promoting a sustainability, right? So using e-waste that is disposable for electronic waste. Why green computing? Why green computing? What is the reason? We think the computers are non-polluting and consume very little energy. But in fact, actually the computer is not taking the less energy. It's taking about the 15% of power it's spending to the computing. Even 20% of environmental components that the computer is getting when we are working with the computer. So it is consumed, which are not used, still turn on. We people are using the laptops, but we are not using the laptops. Then and then also we are putting the laptop on. My request to each and every participants, when you are people using the laptops and you are not working on the laptop, you switch off the laptops, because we need to save the electricity, because we need to save our environment. And if we are putting on the laptops, the waste of energy, the waste of environment, even the waste of electricity. So the consumed energy in the main reason is CO2 emission. So the energy saved on computer hardware computing, the ton of carbon emissions saved per year, and that is called as a green computing. So green computing is providing such a kind of technology. The technology is actually saved our environment, right? So that's why the green computing is there in the market. See this diagram. The green computing is green design, green disposable, green manufacturing. Just wait. Green manufacturing, green awareness, green usage, and green standard, right? So these all are the four main aspects of the green computing. And because of these four aspects, the green computing is there in the market. That using the green manufacturing, that means reusability. We are wasting the hardware. But because of wasting the hardware, again, we can redesign the different types of hardware and we can reuse it. And that is the green computing. And it is actually save our environment. So the computer have become an inseparable part of modern generation. So due to the energy consumptions and computer, other electronic devices impact on our environment, dispatch water, air, even the land, and consequently, it brings a climate change and air toxicity and acid rain. So the increasing emissions of harmful greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide result in pollutions and deteriorated environment. It increasing the global warming and climate changing. Sometimes what is over here using the we people already know about it that nowadays the increasing emissions of that is very harmful to our greenhouse. Even the carbon dioxide result in the pollutions and it deteriorated the environment. It increased the global warming and the climate change, right? Even consequently, it brings the climate change with the air acid rain and toxicity. So we people are already know about it that there are many types of disadvantages are there when we are working. So this green computing is saved our time and the efforts to make our lives very easier. It consumes the significant energy, even the generate heat and several other negative impacts on the environment. The computer and their peripheral devices, the data center and the networking devices. So with the green computing, we can easily save the peripheral devices also. And in addition, some part of computer are non-biodegradable or recyclable. we are using the different peripheral devices. But what we people are doing when it is not required, right? We are losing that one particular devices. But dear participant, don't waste it. This uh, when we people are actually saved our environment, right? Then we need to know about it, that you whatever the peripheral devices that you are using, right, that is recyclable, right? So it is also regenerated. So the improper disposal of these devices can be harmful to the environment, as they have the certain hazardous chemicals, materials like lead, cadmium, and mercury, right? It started back in 1992 when the US Environmental Agency Protections Energy launched the Energy Star program, control labeling program to remote recognize and energy efficiency. And 75 different products categories, home and commercial buildings, industrial plants, and the program has also resulted in the uh, widespread adoption of sleep mode among the electronic consumers, right? In the 1992, the US government that launched one policy of sleep the computer, right? When we people are working on the computer is continually working. But when we are not working with the computer, but the electricity is already started, but the computer is automatically gone in the sleep mode. When it is in the sleep mode, then our electricity that will be saved using the green computing, right? And that's why the US government in the 1992, they observed that 75 different products are there in the different home, but they are not saving the energy, even they are not saving the electricity, right? So the program has also resulted with the sleep mode that among the electronic consumers. Now, what is initiatives? The different initiatives launched by and promoted by the green computing by governments and industry and environmental NGO. The IT industry is putting efforts. It's a sector of achieve the green computing, the equipment recycling. Equipment recycling, that means the hardware recycling. If the hardware is lost, it is failed to work, again we regenerate. We can repair that one particular hardware using the new manufacturing components. The reductions of paper usage, virtualizations, cloud computing, power management, and green computing are key incentive initiative towards the green computing, right? So the cloud computing, using the cloud computing, we can easily store the data on cloud instead of we can store in the hardware and the pen drive, right? The next one is power management, green manufacturing. It's a key initiative towards the green computing to save our environment. The different examples are there. The recent example seen in the Intel 2030 strategy, the 100% of green power and zero waste to landfills across Intel global manufacturing. They are providing the shared and the social goals. And it is also providing the safety and the safety with the technology. They are also providing fully inclusive and expand digital readiness, and it achieve the carbon neutral computing and address climate change. So the Intel, they are providing the different processor. When you people are using the laptop, right? Then at the when the keyboard part is there, on the keyboard part, the right hand side, it is mentioned that what type of core i5 or which generation that you are using. i5 generation, i10 generation, i4 generation, what type of generation that you are using, right? So such a kind of generation, the Intel is providing the different collaboration. Even it is also providing the different types of examples and the technology that fully inclusive and computing address the climate change. Because one company can't solve the climate change, but according to the Intel CEO Bob Swan, the Intel is marking a new era of shared corporate responsibility. The world is facing the challenges that we understand the better each day as we collect the analysis, more data, but they go unchecked without the collective response. From climate change to deep digital divides that around the world to the current pandemic, that has fundamentally changed all our lives. So we can solve them, but only by working together. We need to work together, then and then we save our environment. Otherwise, we can't save our environment. To enhancing environmental sustainability, we need to remember the 3 points. First one is green design, green manufacturing, and green use. The green designing is designing energy efficient computer, its servers, printer, projector, and digital devices. We need to use the digital devices instead of we are using the physical devices. Green manufacturing. Green manufacturing, that means we are generating new hardware that it is harmful for our environment. It reduces the environment, but when we people are using the sustainability and green computing, then whatever the hardware that we are using, that is recyclable and resubsystems reduce by the environment. The green use to minimize the electricity consumptions of computer and their peripheral devices and using them in an eco-friendly manner. Green disposable, it is reprocessing an existing equipment or appropriately disposing of or recycling unwanted electronic equipment, right? So we need to know about these 4 points: green design, manufacturing, use, and disposable. Now, 3 ways to green cloud computing help to the environment. First one is energy conservation through the green cloud computing, right? So in the back 2013, Google funded a project that is called as energy use and carbon footprint of cloud computing. So if organizations switched their most common software program like email, spreadsheet, and CRM system, the cloud is reduced the energy consumptions by 87%. So if we are using the Google Cloud services, that 87% of environment that we people are saving. So all are requested to, when you people are taking the printed outs using the printer, don't use the printer, my dear all participants. Please save our environment, because the Google Cloud Computing, they are providing facility to save all documents on the drive. We can easily use the drive when we have required, right? So using the cloud computing, we can save the environment by 87%. The next one is remote worker decreases your environmental footprints. So remote worker, that is a client server architecture, right? So the cloud computing, one of the biggest benefits for the motion is the ability to their employee to work from anywhere, anytime, using any devices. So this flexibility is usually touted because of its increasing the productivity that comes with it, but there are also a huge environmental components of allowing more remote worker in your organization. So instead of the worker is coming at institutions and coming at company for the working, you may provide the remote working facility. If you provide the remote working facility, then any less people are less people are using the vehicle. And if the less people are using the vehicle, we are saving the environment, right? Sometimes in the next point, it is mentioned that which cut down the fuel emissions and release into the atmosphere from the number of cars on the road, right? When we are using the remote services, then it is the many less people are using the vehicle. And if many less people are using the vehicle, then the fuel, the uses of the fuel, that is very less. Okay, so having remote workers, it allows cut down your real estate footprints. You can get away with the much smaller offices space and less energy, heat, and hydro than running a full-size shop. Next, green cloud computing help also you go a paperless. Paperless, that means not using the printer for the print it out. Because my dear all participants, you people are using the paper, but the paper is also made up from the woods, right? So we can also save our tree, because the pages that is done, that is made up with the trees, woods, right? So the cloud offers the square place where you can store all your data. The cloud, the Google Cloud, you all people are using the Gmail. Without Gmail, you can't able to join this Google Meet. So you are already using the Gmail application. So in the Gmail, they are providing such a free storage services. You people are used that free storage services to storing all the data, all the documents. So the cloud, so many advantages to able to access your content anytime, anywhere. Okay, so this ask the backup features. That means your data won't be wiped out if something happens in the hard drive. So green cloud computing has also allowed the several organizations to go paperless with the introduction of cloud storage options like SharePoint, OneDrive, Dropbox, Google Drive. Going paperless has reached a whole new level of functionality for organizations out there by also introducing secure cloud-based technology like you no longer need to print documents. Either the cloud computing tools like this ones allow you to send and sign the contract legal document with just a few clicks of mouse, right? Using the click of mouse, this providing each and every services. So dear participant, don't use the paper. Okay, please be a paperless. Please go with the paperless. The next one is the advantage of green computing. What are the advantages? As green computing emphasizes a low energy consumptions, it helps to reduce the fossil fuel utilizations and greenhouse gas emissions. The aims to lower that generations from one computer and electronic devices to protect the environment. It promotes the effective usage for the natural resources and their preservations. This approach emphasizes the use of non-toxic substances and reduces the health hazards. The next is green computing encourage the recycling and reusability of materials to reduce the electronic waste, hence low and pollution. It cost effective as it involves the less energy and cooling needs. Implementing green computing make the implementing a green computing makes us responsible for saving our environments or sustainable our future, right? The next is what are the challenges are there in the green computing? The challenges are there in the green computing is due to the lake concern, the huge market consumptions and companies resist this change. So the consequently, the everyone has the suffer to impact. So the leadership and the educating people about the danger can increase awareness and the adapt eco-friendly way. Frequent technology change can confuse them to decide on how to proceed. The initial cost for implementing green computing is very high compared to traditional one. The less information is available on green computing and great level of difference in understanding across end users and professionals and companies. Companies find it difficulties to make a decision due to the fragmented data. They must put more efforts into collecting and analyzing data and conclude that the method they used environment and friendly yet profitable for their business. These all are the challenges of green computing. Now, how can a company adopt green computing? They are using power supply, they are using power management, algorithm for efficiency, terminal services, operating system support, remote conferencing and telecommunication strategic display storage, product longevity, IT equipment recycling, video card and virtualization. Using these all the aspects, the nowadays the MNCs companies are using the green computing. In that slide, you never seen the print document and such a kind of components that is actually harmful for our environment. That point is not displayed on this screen, but this green computing, it is actually useful to save our environment, right? Now, dear participants, I have already shared with you that using GIS system, we can easily save our environment, right? We can easily provide the data. So how the GIS is used, that I have one video. So I want to share with you that video. So here I am opening that video. So hope my video screen is visible at your end.
Okay, what I'm going to show you here today is a series of maps that are themed around conservation and environmental management on the Mango Map platform. And these maps are going to show different ways to visualize data. I'm also going to walk you through how to modify those map contents, change styles, and how to share those maps with other people. So in this particular, at the top, Namibia, including gemsbok, lions, elephants, and it also showcases.
You want wildlife data, right? Then we can also use such a kind of GIS tool, okay, to provide such a kind of data.
This is a sidebar where you can add content, photos, and links to other resources. These layers can be turned on and off individually by the user so they can explore the map contents. This final layer here gives the overall terrestrial diversity. And the second map in this collection is a map of the Great Barrier Reef on the east coast of Australia. And this map shows the incidence of coral bleaching, shown as white points. This map also shows the clustering feature. So the number there indicates the number of data points that we have in the area. If we click on one of those, zooms in and expands those points. And we can keep going in further and further. So you can see the individual reefs here in the satellite image, and we can click on one of these data points to see the detailed information about it. There are other layers that we can turn on and off here, such as park zoning. It's going to give us the different management zones that exist within the park. The next map I'm going to show you is sulfur dioxide emissions in the United States. And this map showcases our heat map tool, which indicates the density of points in a given area. It's a dynamic tool, so as you zoom in, the visualization changes to give a more local display of the data. If we click on an individual point, we can see a pop-up of information about that point. Now, as the map administrator, I can decide what information the end user sees, so I can remove any of this information from the display if I wish, format it to make it appealing to look at. The final map here is the shoreline sensitivity in Houston, Texas, and this is all real data. So on this map, we've got various different layers. We've got different types of shorelines and their classes. So 1, 2B, 2A, different colors. If we click on one of those, we can see the information about it. Now, as the administrator of this map, I have some additional controls here to change the style of the map. So you can see here, we've got points which show beach access points, okay? And if I want to change the style of those points, I can do that by going to Layers, Edit Layer, and for example, I want to change the size to 11. I can do that and save. And there we have the new point style. I can also switch the base map as the end user of the map. So if I want to change it from this streets base map to a satellite base map, I can do that. And I can also print from this map if I want to save it as a PDF and share it with somebody else. Now, if I want to add new content to this map, I can do that by going to Layers, Add Layer, First of all, I see all the layers that are in my account already that have been uploaded, or I can choose to upload a new data set. And we support all of the common file types, such as shapefile, KML, GeoJSON, spreadsheets, and so on. The data can be in any coordinate system. We'll detect the coordinate system and import it into the map. Okay, thanks for your attention. That was just a quick introduction to maps for environmental management and conservation.
This is the GIS application, Geographical Information Systems. It is actually useful for the research on the environment data, right? So this is all about from my side today. Okay. So hope this session and this talk is it is useful for you to do the research. And today I given many topics to do the research in the field of environment, even in the field to save our environment, right? Even you can also do the research on the green computing also, right? You can also do research on the green computing. You can also do the research on the different topics that I already shared with you, right? That I already shared with you with the PowerPoint presentation, right? So hope this session is useful for you guys. Okay, and that is all about from my side today. Yeah, if participants have any questions, then please feel free to ask. Yes, there is the one. There is the applications are also that that application it is used to access the GIS, right? You can, if you have Android phone, then you can search it. Locus GIS, that is also one application. Mapit GIS, that is also one application. Learn GIS, that is also one application. QField for QGIS, GIS Mapper. There are many GIS applications are there. You can just write in the GIS app in the Google Play Store, right? So they are providing all kind of services.
Any more questions? Please raise your hand or you can write in the chat box. I can see a lot of appreciations, a lot of good words for you, Dr. Mehta. Wow, that's amazing, Dr. Mehta. I would like to congratulate you for such a wonderful presentation, and I can see excellent, informative, very excellent, quite informative. I hope you are reading all this in your chat box, aren't you, Dr.
Yes,
Mehta?
yes, yes.
Any questions? So, if no more questions, it's time to formally thank Dr. Mehta. Dear Dr. Mehta, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for giving up your valuable time to talk in ISTTP-3. It was a great pleasure to hear you talking about role of information technology in environment and human health, because plain fact is that we cannot save the environment without the help of technology. We all know this. So your presence in ISTP-3 makes a lot of sense, and we all biologists, we look forward to people like you who can, make us understand and learn how technologies can be so helpful.
Yeah, very
And you
true.
also spoke on the role of digital technology in environmental conservation, as I was saying that we cannot conserve the environment without the help of technology. Let me congratulate you for selecting such an amazing topic. It was quite apparent that how every single person, including me here, was engrossed by your talk. And trust me, there's so much more to learn from you, your knowledge and experience, because I told you, we all are biologists, most of us. So
Thank
technology
you.
is like Greek and Latin for us sometime, but now we are trying to learn still. And it was great hearing you as always. Thank you once again, and please accept my invitation. We are hosting an offline conference on 12th, 13th, and 14th of August 2022. It has
Okay.
already been launched, and I would like to invite you as one of the keynote speakers, and we would be taking care of all of your logistics.
Sure, ma'am.
So it
I will.
is such a pleasure to if you visit us here in Albert at RRC campus.
Sure, ma'am. I will be
I
there,
would-
ma'am. Thank you so much to give an opportunity.
We'll send you a formal email of invitation and kindly freeze the dates.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Sure.
Thank you so much, sir. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So now it's time for our 13th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Ajay Kumar Gandhi. Dr. Ajay Kumar Gandhi is currently working as assistant professor in the Department of Chemistry at Government of Maharashtra's Government College of Arts and Science, Aurangabad. He is pursuing his doctorate from Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, and has submitted his thesis on computer assisted evaluation of drug candidates for infectious diseases, cancer, and metabolic disorders, proof of concept approach. His research interests include computational chemistry, computer-aided drug designing, application of e-chemistry in ecotoxicological evaluations. He has 6 research publications in journals of international repute, out of which 2 have been included by WHO in global literature on COVID-19. Please accept our heartiest congratulations for this, Dr. Gandhi.
Thank
He
you.
has also presented 3 papers in verbal and the poster presentations at international conferences, for which he won the Best Presentation Award. Dr. Gandhi is a dedicated and hardworking teacher who is admired by his students, and trust me, you are an amazing speaker also. Dr. Gandhi, one question. Are you an engineer or a chemist?
I'm chemist.
So how come you are so much into technology? When I was reading your thesis title and everything, it gave me a doubt that am I talking to an engineer or a chemist? So I thought I'll just ask you.
Actually, I motivated by this field because the one thing that it is a pragmatic approach which suits to the contemporary needs of the society. That was the one thing that motivated me and diverted me to this field. Another thing that I am actually suffered with the muscular dystrophy, which is a genetic disorder, and for me it was very difficult to continue with as a chemist to do a laboratory work on table. So that was the thing that I have a strong reason to not to go in the laboratory work, and to go something which is as good as or rather better than the field which usual chemistry people used to do. And I really find this field a pragmatic approach because it is cutting on the cost, also cutting on the time also, and very effectively I can assist laboratory people to I can give them idea where to work and on what to work and on what they should not work, and where the better results they may find and where they may be wrong with. And additional thing that this is the field which is the junction point for the environmental studies also, for the drug designing also. And we have seen in the last 2 to 3 years with as this pandemic was the society struck by, that we need really something which is very fast at the thing, providing drugs, providing solutions for environmental issues, providing solutions for technological issues also. So these are the things that really motivated me. So at the first place, we can say my disability or my disability in working laboratory, that motivated me. But what continue me to pursue with this field is that the applications of this field uh, to the good of the society. So these are the things I can say that.
So, Dr. Gandhi, this is nothing disability. You are, I think, much more able than many people I have seen in my life. So,
Yes.
my heartiest congratulations to you कि आपने
I
एक
mean,
चीज की कमी को इतना अपने आप को बुलंद बना लिया कि आज दुनिया के मेरे ख्याल से इस टाइम 175 लोग आपको सुन रहे हैं 32 देशों से तो आई थिंक यू आर वेरी वेरी एबल देन मोस्ट ऑफ अस सो आपको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद और हम अलवर राजस्थान से आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं सर आपका अभिनंदन करते हैं so now I would request Dr. Gandhi to start with his keynote address. The stage is all yours.
yes, thank you.
Dr. Gandhi.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for the nice introduction, the words of this encouragement. And I guess my screen is visible to all the people, and I'm
Yes,
audible enough.
it
Good.
is.
Yes. Now, is my presentation visible to everyone?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Let me put it on slide mode. Yes. So, thank you, Mamta ma'am, once again, and for the opportunity to share my knowledge or understanding in the field of computer-aided drug designing or computer assistance in chemistry field. Today, I'm going to talk with you people on one computer application, which, like Abhishek Gupta sir recently, shared his knowledge on the data things. The same line my work goes on. My work actually starts with the data and what data and how we utilize it and how we are applying this field for the ecotoxicological predictions. On that topic I'm going to talk today. My topic for the today's session is structure toxicity relationship evaluation as a pragmatic approach for ecotoxicological predictions. So I'm going to make you people understand how computer technology or IT technology or data science is we can use at its optimum level, and we can have something worth to contribute for the good of the ecology around us. So let me start with my slides. What is ecotoxicology? It is the branch which integrates toxicology, which is much more about the chemistry, and ecology, which is much more about environment science. And these two things putting together, we can study in a single branch, that is ecotoxicology or toxicity. What actually things that happen in ecotoxicity or ecotoxicology is we studied the toxic effects of chemicals on biological system, on all the living things, let it be plants or the animals, let it be micro or macroorganisms. And we can say we can, in ecotoxicology, we study the impact of chemicals on ecosystem and biosphere, as we can see. As rightly said by one of the session I heard back in the same ISTTP session only, that everything which is in place is really a good and boon for the things where they are. But anything which is not in place, or we can say if it is not in the required amount or in excess, we can say, or something which delayed stay there, not getting biodegraded or not getting degraded itself, that is also something, and which is mishandled are all the is all the toxic thing. And that's why we can say that every chemical molecule or chemical we are talking about, they themselves are not toxic, but our use or users of that chemicals or molecules make them toxic to the environment they are in. What exactly happens when we say something is in the crisis of ecotoxicity? It is the toxicity which destructs the cell structure of that organism, which is the building block of the organism. And how they can do this? They can interact with the biomolecules like DNA, enzymes, proteins, hormones, which functions for the good of that organism. But our chemical molecules, if they are in excess, when they are not degraded properly, when mishandled, may showing unwanted, undesirable interactions with these biomolecules, and they leads to the cytotoxicity, and they ultimately we can say they are ecotoxic to the environment. And from where we come to know that something is not good, something is ecotoxic to the system, that we can there are certain indicators like skin issues in various birds, like loss of feathers and furs, and in fishes also, in aquatic life also, if there is loss of scales, we can see there can be due to the ecotoxicity of certain chemicals. There can be the vital organ damage or destructions that leads to the death of that particular organism or that particular animal. Certain destructions of certain natural food habitats for organisms like algae, if they are not in a sufficient amount in certain region, then they can lead to the starvation of those organisms and lead to the death. And what makes this ecotoxicity far challenging or far worse to the organism, that they propagate through the species. And it is not being limited to one species, but they propagate through the species and harm the generations that coming to the next. This is one picture which I always like to share, that really heart-wrenching picture, which is what is called as ecological crisis. This is present situation of many birds species or many aquatic species, aquatic flora and fauna. And it is not the present situation only, it's probably, and not for the bird species only. This can be the future for many such a species, and even for Homo sapiens also, like skin issues that very prevalent today in many Homo sapiens species also. And these are not limited to one species or limited in a limited amount. They are exponentially rising in the present days. Various toxicants have their adverse effect on various, not only skin, but various other organs also, that leads to the death of those species, or devastating to those species that things are. And this is not just a picture, actually this is an alarm for all of us, and this alarm is ringing so loudly, very loudly, that we cannot snooze it. We cannot afford to snooze it anymore. We have to take certain actions. Moving ahead, what causes these things? Hazardous chemicals, as at the beginning I told, that chemicals impact on the system, that leads to such a crisis, ecological crisis. Not all the chemicals, but certain chemicals at agenda, which are identified by Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Those chemicals are really making situation worse. And how they get introduced to the environment? We people only. There is uncontrolled use of chemicals such as agrochemicals, pharmaceuticals, like in agrochemicals, pesticides and herbicides, we are using them uncontrolled. Even our cosmetics also. And don't you think that human beings are using these cosmetics to look temporarily beautiful only? They look with the use of cosmetics, we Homo sapien try to look beautiful, but that is very temporary. But we are making some creatures, some organism permanently ugly, like on the last slide I shown one bird's picture. The cosmetics use and agrochemicals and pharmaceuticals use, they are for the temporary age of the human beings, but they are permanently making situation worse for many creatures. What makes it more worse is that it's uncontrolled use. And environmental and ecological illiteracy. We don't know what chemical is having what adverse effect on what species or what organism or what entity of the biosphere. And one more thing that we are using, but once we used, we do not take enough care to disposal them carefully. We carelessly, release our influence from industry in the ecosystem through rivers, through garbages, and making situations really not very easy or very difficult to undo to its normal state or good state. Who is culprit? No one, no single person one can, can be targeted or can found guilty or can be marked as guilty. We all are somewhere culprit for all this. We are all guilty of all this. Maybe directly or indirectly, we are indirectly maybe consumers of the things which are, from these all things, all industries and this agriculture. More or less, maybe we are not that much, but to some extent, at least we are culprit to all these happenings. Maybe in the past, we already had used these things, and the negligence we have shown to these things, that is the reason for our culpritness. Presently also, if we are not, taking this call and we are not trying to restore the situation back to its normal, at least we are not, taking care that we are not, contributing further to the situation to its bad place. And maybe future, if we could not, raise our voice enough loudly against all these things, then also we are going to be future culprit of all these things and culprit in the view of future generations also. So in my opinion, everyone need to contribute irrespective of our educational and professional and financial status for the good of this society, for the good of this ecology. As a chemist, at the beginning only I got introduced as the chemist. As an engineer, we can say now. As a chemist, we deals with solutions. Yes, we deals with these kinds of solutions also. And when it comes to the green solutions, yes, chemist can think, and engineer or chemical engineers can think of green solutions as well. But as a experimental chemist or laboratory chemist or usual the traditional chemist, the ecological problems or the experimental ecotoxicity evaluations, that requires numerous endpoints to be evaluated. We have to work on various different parameters, and that makes it very cost and time ineffective. That makes it sometimes impracticable also. Not all the chemicals we can test against all the organisms, not all the biomolecules in that organism. That is impracticable to work with all the things and work on all the endpoints in the ecosystem. And sometimes it is not unattainable also. Some life in the biosphere we cannot have a reach to also. We cannot take all the things in the laboratory. We cannot take all the things to the laboratory and test them for their ecotoxicity. So, as Albert Einstein once said, that whatever the problem that we already have created, we have to think out of box for the solutions. Those problems cannot be solved on the same level of thinking that have created them. So on that basis only, we chemists or green chemists come with the thought of green chemistry for the sustainable development of the globe. And so we have to think green, and we are truly thinking green since a decade or two. We are thinking green so we can charge our globe back to its green state or balanced ecosystem state. And when I say balanced ecosystem, it's not the greenery or green vegetation that we want to grow around us. By having the term balanced ecosystem, or thinking, when I think about the balanced ecosystem, I mean to say that every living system, every creature which is living must flourish to its fullest extent. Let it be macro or microorganism, let it be in the air or underwater, let it be in the fresh or marine water, let it be of my use or immediate use or not of my use. Every living creature must flourish to its fullest potential. And that's the thing, that's the approach, this computer-assisted approach, which is a pragmatic approach, very contemporary approach that we can come up with, we can take advantage of. In this computer-assisted approach, there are many approaches which are being deployed by computer assisted drug designers or computer assisted toxicity prediction scientists. That toxico4 modeling can be one of the techniques that can be used, or we can use this quantitative structure toxicity relationship also, where we without going into lab, we can predict toxicity of certain chemicals against the certain enzymes. That is really a cool thing, that we need not to go and take the organisms and take the chemical and actually test them. We did not to even spend chemicals also. So we are cutting on those organisms and that task to collect data for them, the actual organisms and chemicals, and we are cutting further process in the laboratory also. So we are in a win-win situation in both the cases. We can have add to the advantage for or to assess this further. The quantitative structure toxicity relationship can be further counter checked or counter assisted with the molecular docking and molecular dynamic simulations, which are much advanced computer assisted approaches for the toxicity predictions. So, and all this we can blend with the artificial intelligence and machine learning. So if we can handle with artificial intelligence and machine learning, we can handle much bigger data. There is no limitation on the data also. What much data we have, we can just have the assistance from artificial intelligence and machine learning, and we can use that data we can use that data to, and this artificial intelligence and machine learning to process, and much better tools we can have for the future toxicity predictions. And ecotoxicological evaluations, these are the toxicological predictions which are before synthesis of the certain things we can predict, and that too with the reliability and good amount of predictiveness. This cut on, as I said earlier, cut on the expenditure of the synthesis and biotesting, which is inevitable in the traditional ways of doing ecotoxicological predictions. We can cut on even the animals also, which are being sacrificed in the laboratory in the biotesting. So that is an added advantage, that one computer is worth of millions of animals that need not to be sacrificed anymore. And what is the toxicity structure toxicity relationship? As the name suggests, or the technique's name itself suggests, that we try to quantify the relationship between structure of the chemical, that the molecule, and its toxicity against any particular enzyme or multiple enzymes you can take, or multiple biomolecules one can take at a time. So it's a multidisciplinary technique where statistical and mathematical techniques are blended together, and we take assistance from the computer, that is in silico processes, to make them really fast and efficient. And these are actually not just imagination things. These are the processes actually approved and recommended by various agencies. Those are actively involved in the environmental protection across the globe. So these are not just imaginations, these are actually deployed across the globe and having proved as the best practices for the ecotoxicological predictions. And they are having many other applications, but as we are trying to stick to the ecotoxicological predictions, I'm trying to make that point. I am trying to emphasize on that only. QSTR is the model or equation that correlate the toxicity and various different molecular features those are present in that molecule, which are actually responsible for the unwanted interactions of that molecule with the enzyme, leading to the ecotoxicity. What data we want? We just need to get the data like median lethal dose, the certain chemical or the molecule at what concentration is going to disrupt that particular ecosystem or enzyme, or by particular biomolecule that ultimately leads to the destruction of that enzyme and that creature as a whole. But in this QSTR we have, and what precautions we take as a chemist, that makes it reliable, that we validate everything. We are, it's not the case that we are doing everything on the computer and we don't have any monitoring system. We have everything at the disposal to validate whatever the things we are doing. And we that by that way we can talk on its robustness and external predictiveness of these computer techniques also. And we are not only providing you the relationship between the toxicity and the structure, but we are providing applicability domain also. Not all the equations that we are getting are applicable to all the sets of molecules. They have certain defined territory of the molecule where only they can be applied. So that is the thing, that we are not providing equations and we are not making it a vague process. We are providing you a user manual also, that where you can apply this QSTR and where you should not apply. So you will not get, you will not be misleaded in the ecotoxicological predictions and that whole study. So toxicity prediction of untested molecules, that is also we can do. We did not to synthesize new molecules and then to test them. We can, even before their synthesis, even before their biotesting, we can predict. And once we have the prediction for them positive, we can synthesize them. If you have a negative prediction for them, that means if they are predicted for the worst or toxic thing to the environment, we just can stop its synthesis. At the beginning only I said that we as a computer assisted drug designers or toxicity ecotoxicological predictors, we can provide some guidelines to the laboratory workers, I mean those who are in the synthetic organic chemistry, on what they should work, what they should synthesize and test, and what they should not. So that is the advantage of this technique. There are 5 to 6 important steps in this QSTR techniques. These are actually very rough idea about the QSTR. Each step here comprised of many sub steps. There are many things that one should look into, but considering a diverse audience here, I'm trying to make it simpler for the audience that we have today. The first thing that we need to have data, as at the beginning only I said, as Abhishek Gupta sir told about the importance of this IT, the data that we have to start with. What data we want, what we need? We need biological and chemical data. That things we are going to see on the next slide little deeper. So let us move to the next step. That in the next step, once we have data of the certain chemicals in biological and chemical way, we have to just calculate their molecular features. And let me tell you that now there are softwares available with which for a single molecules we can calculate thousands and thousands and even lakhs of molecular features. And we can, in terms of number, we can calculate them. We are not just going to get whether hydrogen bond is present or not, whether that is responsible for the toxic interactions, but we are going to calculate, calculate how many numbers of molecular hydrogen bonds are there present. What with the nitrogen, it is the hydrogen bond which is responsible for the bad interaction, or with the oxygen. From the aromatic ring, at what distance that hydroxyl group should be or should not be for the favorable and unfavorable interactions. So we can calculate as many possible molecular features as we want to. We just have to write one software program, and that program will work for us and calculate for a single molecule all the molecular features with the help of computers. And as we get the molecular features, not all the molecular features, there are certain molecular features having no role in the bad interactions. So in objective feature selections, we can just straight away remove those things. So we can contract data once we have the large data. And in the fourth step, what we can do in the fourth step, actually, we can have subjective feature selections. Whatever the molecular features we left with, say out of thousands and lakhs, we may left with say 1,000 and 2,000 molecular features only, which are the most significant molecular features which are actually responsible for toxicity in that particular molecule. So in that 1 to 2,000 molecular features also, we can further send them for the scrutiny, and in the subjective feature selections we can find out those only molecular features, and we can make their sets, and we can find out which set of molecular feature is most effective in understanding the biological activity of that molecule against that particular enzyme in the question. So validation, and once we have that QSTR equation generated, say we can get the 5 to 6 or 7, even 10 molecular features which are the most important molecular features which are actually responsible for the inactivation of that enzyme. So once we are with that equation, we have to just validate that particular model. And how to validate? There are three things we can do here. I'm going to explain this a little bit more detailed way in the next coming slides. So let me move to the last. That in the last step, in the sixth step, we just do the application of the model, where these models can be applied. That means applicability domain analysis. And let me tell you, all these steps, for all the 6 steps, there are very robust softwares are available, and many new softwares are coming that are giving you more and more reliable data, more and more reliable data processing ways, and more we are hitting more closer to the target with the software that are coming, that are being developed by our software developing industries. Those are working precisely on these fields of the computer assisted drug designing or computer assisted ecological predictions. In the steps 1, we are going to collect data, and the chemical data we just get to know what is the name of that particular molecule and what is the SMILES notation. SMILES notations are the notations which identify the molecule on its, like computers have their own languages to read the things. So for the computers to read the molecules, there are the SMILES notations which helps. With the help of SMILES notations, computer read the molecule. And what next we want to have in the data, we must have its structures in 2D and 3-dimensional way. And then we have to curate data. If you are using data set which is already available on dataset, we have to curate that data, and we have to remove all the salts and charges from the molecule, and we have to have a neutral molecule for the further processing. And once we have the data with the SMILES notations and in their structures and the curated one, then we have to send them for the optimization. And here optimization is the geometrical one. In geometrical optimization, we take all the molecules to the level where they are in their minimum energy level, or we can say most stable conformation they are. Once we have all the molecules available in their minimum energy conformation, we can say we have the molecules which are stable and they have their attained their diagonal angles and their orientation configurations and these things, and then we can subject them to the molecular features calculation. And we also want to have biological data also. What are the molecules which the data set comprised of? For that, those molecules we have to know their bioactivity also, the enzymes against which we are trying to find its toxicity. Against that enzyme or biomolecule, we have to find out its IC50 value or EC50 or LD50 value. So having this data and the chemical structure, just we have to prepare one file. At the end, I will show that file. That will disturb the flow. So at the end, I will show how the data set we compile, how we compile data in Excel file and in what format we should have them. So at the end, I will show that file. Then in the next step, molecular descriptor calculation. Here we calculate all the molecular features. For example, hydrogen bond, number of hydrogen bond, number of nitrogens, number of aromatic rings, number of alicyclic rings, this way. And more the data or more the molecular features, better it is for the evaluation. More information you have on certain molecules, more you can predict or more we can find out what exactly is there in the molecule which is responsible for these unfavorable interactions. And we will try to in the next future optimization of the molecule or future generation of the molecule, we can avoid those molecular features. So we'll make them little less toxic or even remove them their toxicity. There are again many free and open source software. That is the advantage, that nowadays various different free and open source softwares are available, like PyDescriptor, Pardel, and there are Minitab. These are available for the calculation of molecular descriptors. For this also I will show how molecular descriptors looks like, how encode them. At the end I will show. So this is the next step we will is being performed in the QSTR technique. Then we have to perform objective feature selection, like redundant molecular features we can remove. Those are having zero value or they are very correlated with each other, those we can remove. And then at the end, at the third step, not at the end, we have subjective feature selection technique. Here we exactly find out those molecular features and group them into sets that are actually responsible for the ecotoxicity or unfavorable interactions. And on the basis of that, we develop a QSTR model. QSTR model is just an equation where, say, IC50 value or PIC50 value is equals to some equation like A plus B plus C or AX plus BY plus CZ, this way. And what are the steps before we go into subjective feature selection? We do split data. This is very important feature of many softwares, that we split data. Say if you have a data 100 molecules, not all the molecules you have to use for the development of the model. We can use 80 or 70% of the molecules only, and remaining number of molecules or percent of molecules we can keep for the external validation. They are as good as newly synthesized molecules. We are not going to use them anywhere in the process, so that they will be untouched, unused, and they can be treated as good as for the external prediction. So data splitting or random data splitting is the important feature of all the process. Then regression techniques are there. Maybe you can have y equals to mx plus c kind of equation between molecular features and bioactivity. You can have even non-linear also. You can have various other statistical mathematical techniques which will take you which will help you to regress the molecule with its molecular features and molecular biological data. Then there are many algorithms are available, computer algorithms like genetical algorithm, neural algorithms. These are the algorithms which software developers get idea from naturally occurring things, like in genetics the natural selection process. In brain the neural connections, neural interrelationships. Those are the things which have motivated software designers to write algorithms for the treating these molecular data sets. Like random forest is also there. So there are many regression techniques and algorithms are available, and all these algorithms have, or these regression techniques have, their added benefits, and that suits to the type of data we have. We can accordingly change the regression and algorithm techniques. Again, I will show this subjective feature selection and what the data sets we get or we left with. That I will try to show at the end. Then at the end, once we have this QSTR, we just need to have now the verification of all the processes, because here we are not using laboratory. So something worth or something that one can have reliability on, we have to choose something which can ensure you that we are not vague, we are not imagining, we are not just theoretical, but we have solid something that at the support that make us believe on all this computer assistance. So here we can perform reliability check. We can check the molecule for its model for its robustness, whether it is withstanding all the questions that being come to your mind, whether I can believe on this result or not, and even how effectively I can predict. This should not happen that I'm predicting, but I predicted say a value 5, but actually it is 3. that bad prediction the model should not have. So we can check model for the predictiveness also. I mean, precise predictiveness, if that molecule is model is having, only we can use those models only. So they will not mislead us to the synthesis, and that will really make things worse then. So to avoid these things, we can check the models for its reliability, its robustness, and predictiveness. What we do here, we check the data itself, which before submitting to the software, we check it for its data fitting, whether the data that we have, whether itself it is fitted, having good fit for the further process or not. And that completely we do on statistical basis. We deploy statistical techniques and check whether data itself is fit for the further process or not. Once they are approved for the fitting criteria, we go for the development of the model. And once we have the model, we can internally validate it. What do you mean by internally validate? Say at the previous slide, I said that we split data and we use 80-20 or 70-30 bifurcation of the molecule. Whatever the 70% molecules which we have actually used for the model development, those molecules again predicted for their activity, and we try to check whether for internal data, internal molecules only, or whether those molecules which are used for them, whether model is giving you back again results at a good level or not. That is the internal validation. So whatever used for the model development, again checked with the model whether it is giving you good results or precise predictiveness on the predicted tested state or not. And at the end, we have kept say 20 or 30% molecules aside which never shown to the model. Those molecules now taken for the validation. Now we check these molecules and we try to find out whether now our developed model can predict value of say IC50 or EC50 values for these new molecules or not. And these molecules are as good as newly synthesized molecules because they were never shown to. So we already have molecules for which exact or practically obtained values are known, and we are deploying our model, and we are trying to find out how close our prediction goes. And if it is going to the expected level, we can use that model for the future predictiveness. So we are not just giving you model. We are before having a generating model, we are testing the data itself. Then once we have the model, we are checking those molecules which are already used, and we are checking the model for the predictiveness. Those are already known with their bioactivity. So this is the advantage of, and here these three steps make you sure or ensures every user that yes, we can effectively use it. There is nothing to doubt about, and we can save the time of laboratory people. And one more important thing at the end, we do not vaguely give model and ask you to apply anywhere. We provide you the area or the domain or territory on which type of molecules only we can apply this model. No random molecule you can take and apply our model and get the prediction and synthesize it if you are predicted for the good. No, even though some molecules get predicted good for the synthesis, but if they are not in the applicability domain, we strictly make you people we make you think that no, you cannot use this molecule even though we are getting good prediction for that, because that's not in the applicability domain, because that may happen accidentally that you are getting good prediction for the molecule. So that is the use of applicability domain. And in this, again, we use very robust statistical approaches. For example, leverage approach in the Williamson's plot we use. Many softwares giving you a graphical presentations. So if you have thousands and lakh molecule, a graphical representation of the data or results is good to visualize. So in one picture, you get idea whether our model is good and having good applicability domain and what is the exact applicability domain. And analysis of applicability domain gives you idea that what are the molecules in the data itself where outliers. They actually not good fitted for the model development. So we can in the next run we can remove them. So this is the application of applicability domain. Again, I will show one file where all these parameters and their numbers and the types we will discuss. And at the end, I will say all these things really, even though they are computer assisted, but they still require sophisticated computation. With this i3 processor, i5 processor, i7 processor, hardly thousands and lakhs molecule we can. But millions and millions molecules data, if you have, you really need to have the assistance of artificial intelligence and machine learning and sophisticated computation. With that, you need not to limit your study to the thousands and hundred and lakh molecules. You can take as large as data set that you have. And truly, does this picture depict that this AI and ML horses, and we get the speed as a warrior against all these ecological crises, and we can effectively kill this time and cost enemies. So these are really something good. So I thank you, and before thanking you, let me show you those Excel sheets. Those I asked you to wait for. Okay. Okay. Is my Excel sheet visible, madam? Hello. Is my Excel sheet visible? Hello. Okay, let me switch to Excel sheet. Is my Excel sheet visible, madam?
Yes, very much, Dr. Gandhi. I can see the highlighters and your slides very well, and I can read it also.
Yes. Let me show you. Yes, these are the statistical parameters which we use to calculate. You can see ample number of molecule statistical parameters we use to calculate, and we have threshold values also. Just not we are calculating statistical parameters, but if they are not performing to the threshold levels or above threshold approved thresholds, we are not going to consider those models. Only those models which are on the data fitting parameters, functioning above threshold values, those only we will consider for the future further process. Then the internal validation parameters. You can see here these many internal validation parameters we also check. We are not limited to one or two parameters. Many different parameters we use to validate in the internal validation. So these any of the if any of the statistical parameter fail to perform on or above the approved threshold, we are not going to consider. So we have many things at the support, many things to ensure the robustness and the robustness of the process itself. And at the external also we are finding many parameters. Again, if they get to perform above threshold or approved threshold, only we will use them. So I guess I could make this point clear that these are not the vague techniques. These are some techniques which we can with enough confidence, enough reliability we can deploy, and we can make ecotoxicological process really a faster and efficient process. Then these are the graphical presentations for the Williams plot. Having molecules within this box only, we are going to consider for the evaluation or prediction. If any molecule fall outside the box, we are not going to use, even though they perform good, but they are not in the applicability domain. So we strongly recommend not to use those molecules for the predictions, for the future predictions. And even we ask you to find something different. And these are the things like you can see here for one, these are the molecular features. Actually, they are encoded in this way, like DA ring C underscore 2A. That means it is the number of atoms which are 2 angstrom away from the ring carbon. And if they are in a appropriate number, then only we can use this. Another molecular feature, say FDONH5B, that stands for the number of hydrogen atoms which are 5 bond away from the donor atom, hydrogen bond donor atom. So see how inherent molecular features we are trying to find out with the molecular descriptor calculations, which are, by naked eye, but just looking at the molecule two-dimensionally, we cannot find out these molecular features, or even it is not possible to enlist the values for this molecules. But with the software assistance or computer assistance, we can, in a seconds or fraction of seconds, we can do these all calculations or molecular features. We can get molecular features details. So these are the value. You can see we have accepted this model because it is performing very well on the threshold values. These are the things that we can see. This is how we get the Excel sheet. Then the next, these are the, just a minute. Okay, these are also combinations which software has given, and we try to get the better one. Okay, and the molecule also list them in a order with the priority. More higher above the in the earlier they are in the list in the earlier rows, more preferred or more acceptable they are. So this is one kind of molecular dataset compilation. Let me show you another file. Yes, these are the molecular features. You can see here. Let me select so you can see the number. See in a single Excel file. If you can follow my cursor, you can see here. Here there are 15,060 molecular features in a single Excel sheet we have. Such a 4 to 5 Excel sheet we can have where you have say 90,000 to 1 lakh molecular features for single molecule. And for the different molecules, you can list them in a column. In a single row, you have molecular features for say molecule number 1. And for likewise, you have different molecular features and their quantitative values or their quantities in terms of number. This is the molecular calculation or molecular descriptor values file. Then the next, let me show you third Excel file. That this is the data we start with. We have the SMILES notations, as in the slides I told you that molecule are as we read molecule and see molecules, but computers need certain certain encoding things to read the molecules. In this way, C under in the bracket C1, this way molecule are read by the computer, and this is one molecule for the computer, and for that you have the molecular number, its ID, and we have its bioactivity value. And for sake of calculation simplicity, we convert them in their PIC50 value. Just take the reciprocal and negative logarithm, just the negative logarithm, or you can say reciprocal and logarithm of the value, and that gives you handleable numbers. Okay, this is how we have the preparatory step for the data set. So I hope you get all the steps. I can say that in 1 or 2 slides and 1 or 2 sessions, it's really difficult to make all the points clear. But yes, if you are interested in that, anytime I can say that I can provide you the help and we can collaboratively work on. This is really an amazing technique that will save time and cost. So these are my contact details. I will be happy to collaborate with you on this. Or if you want to know more about on this, if you are interested in the field, I can help you in getting the things easier. So thank you from my side. And if you have any question, I will be happy to answer. I hope I have not taken much of the extra time. I could finish it on time. So thank you so much, madam. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gandhi. If any questions, please raise your hand, or you can also type in the chat box. If any questions, there's a lot of thank you, nice presentation, wonderful, amazing, so many good compliments for you, Dr. Gandhi. You can see it yourself.
Yes, thank you.
So now it's time to formally thank Dr. Gandhi. Dr. Gandhi, you spoke about application of quantitative structure toxicity relationship evaluation as a pragmatic approach for ecotoxicological predictions. You touched upon ecotoxicity, ecotoxicology, you spoke on QSTR in detail, and I hope it's a new era of research and more people should get into it. Slides were beautiful, self-explanatory. I tried learning something out of the Excel sheets, but कुछ समझ नहीं आया मुझे. It all flied off from my head. So thank you so much for the hard work you have taken to prepare such wonderful slides, for your time, and definitely we look forward meeting you. If possible, I would like to extend an offline invitation to you. We are hosting an offline conference on 12th, 13th, and 14th of August 2022 that will held here in RRC campus, and we will take care of all of your logistics. Secondly, it will be on hybrid mode. If you cannot make it, then you can join us virtually.
I'll be happy to, in person to come to Rajasthan and Alwar and Rajarshi Government College. And I really look forward for this day, that day.
Yeah, that will be wonderful. So save the dates, Dr. Gandhi, and take care and have a rest of the great day ahead. Thank you so much. So now it's time for the 14th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Krishnan Kumar Yadav. Dr. K.K. Yadav is currently working as head of the department in the Department of Zoology, Agarwal PG College, Jaipur, Rajasthan since 2002. He has a teaching experience of 19 years in undergraduate education and 12 years in PG education. He is presently working as a member of the Board of Studies in the Department of Zoology, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. He has also worked as a counselor at Vandhavan Mahavir Open University Kota at Jaipur Regional Center, as a coordinator UGC NAC cell, and as an active member of NAC committee as election officer in elections. Dr. Yadav has 25 national and international publications at his credit. He has also presented papers in 45 national and international conferences and seminars and symposia. 4 students are currently pursuing PhD under his supervision. Dr. Yadav has also been bestowed on a minor research projects by UGC. He has also organized many international national conferences. Dr. Yadav, आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन अलवर से. आप जयपुर से हैं, जानकर अच्छा लगा. मैं भी जयपुर से हूँ, राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी की एलुमनाई हूँ. So now I would request Dr. Yadav to kindly start with.
Thank you, Mamtaman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, especially RR College staff, principal, Professor Kamsing sir, and Mamta ma'am and team members. All the scientists from all over the world, from the India, researchers, academicians, and delegates. I would like to welcome again to all the scientists before the today's conference, and especially Professor Rajendra Singh ji, Jalpur of the India. He motivated us for many times. I'm not a good researcher, but yes, I have worked on a ground level for Mother Earth. I have planted more than 200 plants at my village, at my colony, and now all are attains the height of near about 50 to 30 feet. So today I have choose the topic that is the related to Sustainable Development Goals 13, climatic action. So the topic is very hottest and very important, and that is also included in the agenda of 2030. So that is also related to the near about all the environment, all the factors of the environment, and how to protect the environment and conservation. So the topic is very light. So first slide is related to the
yes, sir, your
climate.
slides are visible.
Yeah, visible, ma'am?
Yes, slides are visible, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay.
We can hear you as well.
Okay. So climatic action, that is the also related the SDGs 13. So for many, warming climatic system is expected to impact the availability of basic necessities like fresh water, food security, and energy. while efforts to redress climatic change, both through adaptation and mitigation, will similarly inform and shape the global development agenda. The links between climatic change and sustainable development are very strong. Poor and developing countries, particularly least developed countries, will be among those most adverse affected and least able to cope with the anticipated shock to their social, economic, and natural systems. The international political response to climatic change began at the Rio de Janeiro summit in 1992, where the Janeiro Convention included the adoption of the UN Framework on Climatic Change, UNFCCC. This convention set out a framework for action aimed at stabilizing atmospheric concentrations of greenhouse gases to avoid dangerous anthropogenic interference with climatic system. The UNFCCC, which entered into force on 21st March 1994, now has a near universal membership of 197 countries. In December 2015, the 21st session of the Conference of the Parties or Countries convened in Paris and adopted the Paris Agreement, a universal agreement which aims to keep a global temperature rise for this country or all over the world well below 2 degrees Celsius, with the goal of driving efforts to limit the temperature rise to 1 to 5 degrees to 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. So, that is the global land, ocean, and mid temperature anomalies. That is the degree. That is the you can see that how the temperature increases and degree in increases in 2020. So that is the all the temperature increase all over the world. So that is also the second slide in degrees Celsius that says the land ocean temperature departs from average May 2020. There are so many points that shows the much warmer than average, record warmest, cooler than average, much cooler than average. So that is all the effect of global warming or greenhouse affected, and that affects the country's economy. Another slide that show the rising greenhouse gas emissions require shifting economies towards carbon neutrality. So that is the graph. Another slide that is related to the 2020 global average temperature at 1.2 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial baseline, hopefully off track to stay at or below 1.5 degrees centigrade as called for the Paris Agreement. Climate finance increased by 10% from 2015 to 16 to 2017 to 18, reaching an annual average of $48.7 billion. So these are the 125 of the 154 developing countries are formulating and implementing national climate adaptation plans. And the highest priority plans are the food and security production, terrestrial and wetland ecosystems, freshwater resources, human health, key economic sectors, and services. So now, why and what the environmental protection needed, or what is the environmental protection? So it is the practice of the protecting the natural environment by individuals, by the organizations, and by the governments. Its objectives are to conserve natural resources and the existing natural environment, where possible to repair damage and reverse trends. Due to the pressures of overconsumption, population growth, and technology, the biophysical environment is being degraded, sometimes permanently. This has been recognized, and governments have begun placing restraints on activities that cause environmental degradation. Since 1960s, environmental movements have created more awareness of the multiple environmental problems. There is disagreement on the extent of the environmental impact of human activity. So, protection measures are occasionally debated. Environmental protection focuses on solving problems arising from the interaction between humans and environmental systems. It also includes issues related to conservation, related to pollution, loss of biodiversity, land degradation, or environmental policy. The key aim of the environmental protection is to prevent the degradation of the natural environment, which is affected by increasing population, technology, and overconsumption, all of which have created a negative impact on the environment and continue to put human and animal at risk. Why is environmental protection important? So, it helps to preserve the diversity of species that share our planet for the benefit of nature and people. A healthy biodiversity means clean air and fresh water, more productive soils, the ability to recover more quickly from natural disasters, and the capacity to adapt more easily to a changing climate. Environmental conservation enables nature to get on with the job of keeping us and the planet healthy. Conserving the environment is extremely important because a lot of environmental degradation is irreversible or will take hundreds of the years to fix and can also be very dangerous to human and all the society or all the world. So, there are some approaches to environmental protection. And first is the voluntary environmental agreements. In the industrial countries, voluntary environmental agreements often provide a platform for companies to be recognized for moving beyond the minimum regulatory standards and thus support the development of the best environmental practice. For instance, in India, Environment Improvement Trust has been working for environmental and forest protection since 1998. In developing countries such as Latin America, these agreements are more commonly used to remedy significant levels of non-compliance with mandatory regulation. Other is international environmental agreements. Many of the Earth's resources are especially vulnerable because they are influenced by human impact across different countries. As a result of this, many attempts are made by countries to develop agreements that are signed by multiple governments to prevent damage or manage the impacts of human activity on natural resources. This can include agreements that impact factors such as climate, ocean, rivers, and air pollution. These international environmental agreements are sometimes legally binding documents that have legal implications when they are not followed, and at other times are more agreements in principle or are for use as codes of conduct. These agreements have a long history, with some multinational agreements being in place from as early as 1910 in Europe, America, and Africa. Other is ecosystem approach. An ecosystem approach to resource management and environmental protection aims to consider the complex interrelationships of an entire ecosystem in decision making, rather than simply responding to specific issues and challenges. Ideally, the decision-making processes under such an approach would be a collaborative approach to planning and decision-making that involve a broad range of stakeholders across all relevant governmental departments, as well as industry, representative environmental groups, and community sector. This approach ideally supports a better exchange of information, development of conflict resolution strategies, and improved regional conservation. Religions also play an important role in the conservation of the environment. Many of the international technical agencies formed after 1945 addressed environmental themes. By the late 60s, a growing environmental movement called for coordinated and institutionalized international cooperation. The landmark United Nations Conference on the Human Environment was held in Stockholm in 1972, and that establishing the concept of a right to healthy environment. It was followed by the creation of the United Nations Environment Program later that year. Some of the most well-known international agreements include the Kyoto Protocol of 1970 and the Paris Agreement of 2015. On 8 October 2011, the UN Human Rights Council passed a resolution recognizing access to a healthy and sustainable development or environment as a universal right. In the resolution, the Council called on states around the world to work together and with other partners to implement the newly recognized right. So, why the need of environmental conservation? And in each and manner, it is differ from the protection. So we all we only have one planet on which we live. The planet is full of resources, some renewable and some not. But unfortunately, we have an ever-growing population that poses a huge threat to all these resources. It is therefore unclear what future generations will find and what life will be like for them if we exploit all the current resources. To fix this issue, as well as ensure we leave some resources for the future, environmental conservation comes in. Human existence is quite impossible without the presence of a healthy ecosystem. Our environment comprises all living and non-living components and their interactions within a natural habitat. Environmental conservation has become one of the core issues that need to be addressed to battle climate change and global warming. Sustainable development is the need of the heart that can save the Mother Earth from the repercussion of industrialization. In this blog, we will aim to elaborate upon environmental conservation, its need and ways of conserving the environment. So, what exactly is environmental conservation? It is the practice of us, humans, saving the environment from loss of species, destruction of the ecosystem, primarily due to pollution and mainly human activities. Conservation is vital in saving and helping both the animals and trees, as we are all dependent on one another for survival. Trees convert CO2 produced by factories into oxygen, which help us breathe and respire. The loss of the species, which make them go extinct, would mean they are forever lost and can't be seen by curious eyes or studied by scientific minds. Additionally, such loss or destruction of ecosystem would disrupt the food web, missing the world or whole ecosystem in general. Very much to do when it comes to rebuilding and protecting what is left of natural resources and the biodiversity within our ecosystems. Environmental conservation is an umbrella term that defines anything we do to protect our planet, conserve its natural resources so that every living thing can have an improved quality of life. Environmental conservation and preservation are two terms that are often used interchangeably, although they are quite different. Conservation refers to the responsible management of the environment and its resources for present and future use. On the other hand, reservation is a much stricter approach where the environment, lands, and natural resources are put away, not to be consumed by humans, but are instead maintained in their pristine form. If the land is to be used by humans, it should only be utilized for its natural beauty and inspiration. Conserve by using less energy and embracing alternative energy resources. So, by embracing and promoting alternative energy resources, Mother Earth would be relieved. Every household incorporated the concept of sustainable living by using less and conserving more. The positive impact would be immeasurable. Solar energy, wind energy, or wind power are two of the renewable energy options that we could use more often. Yet, a large amount of the energy we exhaust comes from the burning of non-renewable fossil fuels to power cars, the electricity in homes or houses, and much more. Why? We don't completely control how energy is offered to us. There is always room to live in a way that uses less of the energy that can't be replenished. Help to replenish what is being taken away by giving back to the earth. Deforestation continues to be a major environmental issue. Many forests are losing countless acres of their valuable trees, and because these trees are destroyed, the greenhouse gases they were storing go back into the atmosphere and animals and people lost their food supply and homes, houses, and the economic status of a region or a country can also change because fewer forests often lead to fewer employment opportunities. Planting trees is a way to give back because it aids in the restoration of homes for wildlife, food resources, and medicinal properties that only the trees provide. As trees grow, they protect soil from harsh weather conditions and protect us from excess CO2, enabling us to live longer and more comfortably. Help to protect the quality of soil through composting when we feed the soil, especially by using leftover parts of the food that would otherwise be thrown away. We give the soil nutrients that is craves. Practice habits that are a part of conservational efforts. Cars are constantly driven all over the world and are major contributors to pollution. Keep your vehicle in top shape to cut back on the carbon that it releases into the atmosphere. When you go car shopping or need to replace your vehicle, look beyond the outer appearance and consider the environmental impact everywhere. Decide to purchase electric or hybrid vehicles instead of gas guzzlers as a stylish and money-saving alternative. Walk, ride a bike, or use shared transportation whenever it possible. Start growing your own food for health purposes and to relieve the stress placed on the soil. Commercial farms tend to have a poor quality of soil because the ground is mistreated in order to quickly produce as many food as possible. If you grow your own food, then there is less need for the toxic chemical that are used in industrial farming jobs. Planting your own food also tastes and much better as it grows naturally and is seasoned while preserving essential nutrients. Now, the importance of environmental conservation. So, one is the importance of agriculture. Agriculture relies on the environment, and so we do really on agriculture. A country's wealth would be measured on its ability to feed its people. Although not all nations can produce agriculturally. Conserving the environment with regards to agriculture would mean preventing soil erosion, flooding, and desertification, and would help its citizens have something to eat. Unsustainable farming techniques impact natural ecosystem and make farming impossible. Second is importance to fishing. The various bodies of water like the oceans, lakes, and seas are another source of essentials such as food. All over the world, communities depend on seafoods and related activities. Marine conservation is therefore vital in protecting human food supplies, human activities, and marine animals. It saves more animals from extinction and also feeds land animals which depend on water bodies. Some of the major challenges affecting the oceans include overfishing and pollution. Third is importance to the climate. Human activities have a direct impact on the climate and a subsequent effect on all life. Global warming linked to the greenhouse gas emissions, which is an adverse effect on the climate, results in droughts, floods, rising sea levels, and cases of extreme heat and cold. Climate change is a result of human activity and has been linked to excess rainfall, extreme weather, and a change in regular weather patterns. Conserving natural environments should be done to see these extreme outcomes reversed, making the world a better place. For instance, reforesting will bring about rainfall, which will facilitate our agriculture. Excellent water quality. Conservation measures ensure there is excellent water quality water for all. So it is important for social, for environmental and economic benefits of a country. Economically, conservation of the environment boosts tourism, provides catch for fishing, decrease the cost of healthcare, and provides an environment for the ecotourism industry. Socially, a conserved environment decreases the prevalence of waterborne diseases, increase the quality of water entering aquifers, helps use surface water for recreation, and increases the overall quality of life. Environmentally, a conserved environment preserves the diversity of water-dependent plants and animals and preserve the various natural services of aquatic ecosystems. Fifth is that lead to healthy air quality. Again, a conserved environment provides good quality air, which has both social, economic, and environmental benefits. Economically, it boosts tourism, decreases healthcare costs, and decreases the erosion of building and pavements. Socially, it decreases the prevalence of circulatory and lung-related diseases and also increase the quality of life for the residents. Environmentally, it preserves water quality and preserves aquatic ecosystems and biodiversity. So that is the particulate matter graph, annual average for the 5 years that is show the Delhi, very high, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Bengaluru, Mumbai, and Chennai. Next is the preserved biodiversity. A conserved environment preserves biodiversity which has equal benefit to the ones mentioned above. It preserves water and land-based ecosystems, preserves energy flow throughout the biosphere, provides for natural services, preserves food webs, and boosts nature-based tourism. It protects wildlife. Environmental conservation protects wildlife and promotes biodiversity, maintaining a healthy and functional ecosystem. And that helps prevent the extinction of certain species. If the environment is destroyed, some animals are forced out to their habitat and they making it hard for them to survive elsewhere. It could also bring about human and animal conflict, which ends disastrously for both the species. It protects the earth. Environmental conservation definitely protects and safeguards the Mother Earth or environment from certain factors that are hooking the planet, such as climate change. We need to reduce the amount of harm we are inflicting on the planet as it contributing to its destruction. If we do not conserve the environment, nature has a closest way of fighting back, such as extreme weather, drought, heavy rains, which are negatively affecting our lives, our food, and our houses. We have to do everything humanly possible to conserve the Mother Earth or conserve the environment for the planet. First method is the forest conservation, that is the afforestation or reforestation. In conserving the forest, which are responsible for trapping, absorbing a huge amount of CO2 for reaching the atmosphere. We should make it our life mission to plant trees as much as possible, both on public or private lands, and take care of them. That is important. Additionally, legislation that protect the forests should be highlighted so that we help in environmental conservation. Second is soil conservation. Soil conservation is the prevention of loss of the topmost layer of the soil from erosion or from prevention of reduced fertility caused by overuses, acidification, salination, or other chemical soil contamination. So, slash and burn and other unsustainable methods of subsistence farming are practiced in some leisure developed areas. A sequel to the deforestation is typically large-scale erosion, loss of the soil nutrients, and total desertification. There are so many techniques for improved soil conservation include crop rotation. First is crop rotation, second is the cover crops, conservation, and delays and planeted windbreaks affect both erosion and fertility. When plants die, they decay and become part of the soil. Or 330 defines a standard method recommended by the US, United States Natural Resources Conservation Services. Farmers have practiced soil conservation for millennia. In Europe, policies such as the Common Agriculture Policy are targeted the application of the best management practices such as reduced tillage, winter cover crops, plant the issues and grass margins in order to better address the soil conservation. Political and economic action is further required to solve the erosion problem. Then, how to promote, last two slides, how to promote environmental conservation. First is education. Environmentalism needs to be a bigger part of the education system from elementary school on up. We should teach our young ones or children how to take care of the environment as well as the consequences of not doing so. For instance, create an event which sees school-going kids plant trees and take care of them for as long as they are in institution or the schools. By the time they graduate, the trees will be bigger and will help the environment. Engage the community or society. So, engagement of the community or society in tree planting exercises as well as events that see the environment clean. For instance, in Rwanda, they have what is called Umaganda, which is a community cleanup exercise held each last Saturday of each month, where everyone has to spend the day cleaning the environment and those who don't participate are fined. So, other is create legislation that promotes environmental conservation. Governments should come up with legislation that is very important that promotes environmental conservation. This should also be done on an international level or national level, led by the international agencies such as the United Nations with the UN Environmental or Environment. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
That was so amazing. If any questions, please raise your hand or you can write in the chat box. I think two people have raised the hand. It's no, they just like that. You can even type in the chat box. I think there's a lot of good compliments for you, Dr. Yadav. Let
Thank
me
you, all
invite
of
Dr.
you.
Yadav formally now. Dr. Yadav, let me congratulate you for such an amazing topic which you have chosen, like SDG Goal 13, the climate action. How nicely you explained the SDG 13, and it's so important to save the climate change and to plant a tree, and that is in alignment with the main theme of this ISTTP 3.
Thank
And
you, ma'am.
when I was hearing your deliberation, there's a quote came to my mind. If you think in terms of an year, plant a seed. If in terms of
Yeah.
10 years, plant trees. If in terms of 100 years, teach people. And I think that's the main goal of ISTTP 3, and you really helped us to go ahead with that. You so rightly said that we all have to come together to conserve the environment. No single person can do this alone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for giving up your valuable time to talk in ISTTP 3. It was quite apparent that how every single person, including me, here was engrossed in your talk. And trust me, there's so much more to learn from your knowledge and experience. It was treat hearing you. थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर यादव आप पहली
Thank
बार
you.
हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं
जी मैम,
और
थैंक यू जी।
और मैं चाहती हूँ और हम पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी ऑन द बिहाफ ऑफ माय पेट्रन एंड प्रिंसिपल कि आप हमारे साथ ऐसे ही हमारे आने वाले प्रोग्राम में जुड़ते रहें और ये कारवां
जी
ऐसे ही करता रहे
जी
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर यादव
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
So now it's time for 15th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Pradeep Kumar Patjoshi. Dr. Joshi is currently working as an Assistant General Manager Environment at National Aluminium Company Limited, NALCO. He has completed his M.Tech in Environmental Science and Engineering from Sambalpur University and PhD in Environmental Chemistry from Utkal University. Dr. Joshi is a Fellow of Indian Chemical Society, Orissa, Environmental Society, Institute of Chemists, India, International Congress of Chemistry and Environment, and National Environmental Science Academy. He is a life member of Indian Society of Industrial Hygiene, Indian Science Congress Association, Society for Environment and Sustainable Development, Environment Social Development Association, International Center Development Foundation, Metal, Material, Mining and Mineral Society of India, National Environmental Science Association, Orissa, Baigyan Academy, Orissa, Chemical Society, and Orissa Environmental Society. Wow, that was amazing list. So this shows that how much you are giving back to the society, Dr. Joshi. He has been the recipient of many prestigious awards like Best Technical Paper Award for paper entitled A Study on Mathematical Approach to Air Pollution Indices by Society of Geologists and Allied Technologists, Bhubaneswar. Environmentalist of the Year Award for 2019 by National Environmental Science Academy, New Delhi. Green Leadership Award 2021 by Environmental Social Development Association, New Delhi. And Green Leaf Emerging Environmentalist Award in 2022 by Apex India Foundation, New Delhi. Dr. Joshi has been invited for guest lectures delivered as resource person, visiting faculty at Indian Council of Medical Research, IIT, NIT, Raurkela, VSSUT, Utkal University, etc. His other notable contributions include being the editor of Suraksha Kavach Journal on Safety and Health and Management, published by NELCO. Certified Lead Auditor Training Course for Environmental Management Systems, extending faculty support as resource person for various course programs of different academic institutes, universities on safety, health and environment, and coordinating and convening Society of Environmental Officers, Orissa. डॉक्टर जोशी आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत आपका अभिनंदन और हम यहाँ बहुत खुश हैं आपको अपने साथ देखकर पर मेरा आपसे एक प्रश्न है सबसे पहले मैं प्रश्न से शुरुआत करूंगी आप एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट हैं आप केमिस्ट हैं या आप एक इंजीनियर हैं
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Joshi, I can hear
Yes,
you.
yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please repeat your question, please.
I should repeat my question?
Yeah,
I want to know that are you an engineer or an environmentalist or a chemist?
it is an integrated profession.
I think all
Basically,
three. Yeah, yeah.
basically, I'm from chemistry background,
Yeah.
and I joined in the field of environment management in an industry, and
Okay.
subsequently I completed my PhD
Hmm.
during my service period.
You are such a talented person, Dr. Joshi. When I was reading your CV, the question came to my mind: should I call him an engineer or a chemist or an environmentalist? So, आपका स्वागत अभिनंदन. Now I would request Dr. Pata Joshi to start with his keynote address. So, stage is all yours. Please go ahead.
Okay. It's my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Pin up the screen, please.
Is it visible now?
Visible.
Okay. Once again, good afternoon. My topic is noise hazard. It's myth and reality with sustainable approach. Friends, actually, this topic sounds completely different. Whenever you talk about the environment, it diverts our attention on the topic like air pollution, water pollution, or land pollution, or environmental awareness like Panchabhuta, Dith, Jal, Pab, Gagan, Sabira, like all these things which encompasses our body. And when we talk about the sustainable development, we always, our approach goes the need of the future generation. It's fine. But my talk will be somehow different. And I will try to highlight the most neglected topic, noise pollution, to which we don't usually highlight. And in order to create awareness on the same topic and how it impacts to the society, economical effect, environmental effect, and social impact. So I'm trying to integrate all this with respect to the noise. As all of us know, noise is a invisible hazard. It's an invisible pollutant. Even air is a invisible pollutant. But when the air gets densely polluted, it happens to be visible. But noise is such a thing. Its intensity, or its pollution, or its impact is a question of feeling and realization. It is always a relative term. A music for me may be noise for my grandfather. But with respect to the pollution, it has got technical segmentation and approach and boundary lines. Let us not confuse sound and noise. And let us keep in mind that noise comes violently and kills silently. That is why noise is treated as the second biggest hazard for industries. Whatever the industry may be, it may be manufacturing industry or maybe construction industry. Noise is a serious threat to the society also, the community, because it has not only an impact on audible aspects, it has impact on overall human body, neurological aspect, cardiac aspect. We might have witnessed a series of examples that DJ sound have caused the death of a senior citizen due to cardiac arrest. We are very well aware that during last COVID seasons, most of the animals which were under the ground, came to the surface. It is because when the entire environment came to be silent, the animals which are hidden came out. It means that the noise has a direct impact on their habitat. It may be case of the sparrow also. When we were observing the World Sparrow Day, the habitat was small, little birds like sparrow, They also suffer from a threat due to noise. And noise has such an impact, it affects the occupation, it causes to the disability and humans incapability, and it affects our economical value. It affects the flora fauna. It affects the vegetation. And it, in nutshell, I can say that it affects the biodiversity and it leads to the extinct of species. So let us know what is the myth, what is the reality as far as noise is concerned, and how we can control it, and how we can manage it, and how we should be aware that noise is not a neglected part of the environmental pollution, but it should be the most important part of the environmental pollution for sustainable approach for overall environmental, economical, and social development. What is noise? If the oscillation of sound pressure in elastic medium is capable of evoking sensation of hearing, we say it is a sound. No doubt on this. Change in force, pressure, or speed produces sound. This is common physics, all of us know. But when you say any sound is a noise, non-scientifically speaking, it is an unpleasant, unwanted, and undesirable sound. When we say a sound for somebody is noise for somebody else, I have earlier told the DJ music may be a sound for me, but noise for my grandfathers. So it is completely related term. But scientifically speaking, when it is unwanted, undesirable to the human body, we say it is noise. Sound is nothing but a pressure, a transfer of energy from source to the surrounding air, which creates a variation in the pressure. And this pressure variation is called sound pressure. In the physics, we call it Pascal. But question of pressure level is not important. When you consider about the noise, the most important factor is not the degree of pressure. Friends, keep it in mind. It is not the loudness which shows the impact of the noise. It is the frequency. The loudness may be low, but the frequency has got a very significant role and significant impact on the sound system or noise. Human ear is capable of hearing a noise sound from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. That means from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. Is the picture visible? Is my slide visible? Can anyone reply? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, we are very much audible and visible. Your slides are clearly visible. Please go ahead.
Okay. The human ear can able to accept the sound from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. But beyond this, it does not mean that sound is not there. Sound is there. So the sound which is not audible to human ear, it may be infrasound or ultrasound. Like the frequency, high frequency sound which is more than 20,000 hertz is ultrasound. But the ultrasound which also exists may not be visible, may not be audible to the human ear. But there are certain animals like bat, even cat, even dog. They have different sensitivity to the different frequencies of sounds. So for us, there is a limitation 20,000 hertz, but bats can receive the sound more than 20,000 hertz also, even dogs and cats. But within our limitation, we hear the sound of 20,000 hertz or 20 kilohertz, but when it is more than that, we observe that we used to say that there is no sound. But friends, it exists, but it has got invisible impact which does not cause only audible loss. It does not hamper to the audiometric system of the human beings. It does not impact to the hearing ability. It has an impact also to the human body. Even the circulatory system, even the digestive system, even the nervous system, though there is an invisible impact of the noise on the human body, whether it is audible to you or not audible to you. Always the unit of noise is called as decibel and interpreted as dB, which is named after the scientist Graham Bell. If you go through this picture, in the left side you see there are certain hair-like structures are there. In the right side, the picture shows this is the inner, the picture of our ear, the image of our ear, and the middle ear contains, and the inner ear contains a part which is called cochlea, and the cochlea contains minor hair-like structures like this, as shown in the lip. When noise or sound of high frequency, it affects to our ear, these cellular structures get destroyed. Friends, it's like just hair flow from the head. Once it get lost, there is no medicine to regenerate it. That is why noise loss is called irreparable loss. We can compensate it through another medium, but by using hearing aids. But no medication system is available when these hairs are being lost. So noise is always called a serious hazard, invisible hazard, and it has got irreparable loss. How is hear the sound? In our ear canal, it's the sound strikes the eardrum, it's through vibration. When eardrum gets vibrated, the vibrations conducts to the cochlea of the ear, and the tiny hair structures present in our ear respond the vibration and generates impulse in the nerve. And this brain interprets nerve impulse as sound. This is the mechanism, physiological mechanism, how we respond to the noise or sound. And healthy ear cells are key to good hearing. When it remains unprotected with exposure to this high noise or sound, we are suffering from hearing loss or loss of audibility. So this image shows up to what frequency, up to what intensity we can say sound as a noise. Usually scientists say 85 decibel is the tolerance limit for human ear as far as human audibility is concerned. 85, or somebody says also 90. 90 decibel is the permissible norm when human ear can withstand. If it is more than that, it is not possible on our part to resist, for which the human beings suffer from the noise-induced hearing loss. That is why, to compare it, the measurement is in form of A scale. Decibel A means it is a noise weighting device closely stimulates to human ear. It is weighing network with respect to the response of the human that can be predicted, and sound pressure level in A frequency always closely stimulates to the human ear. How quickly hearing loss takes place, it depends. The factors are intensity of the noise. It may be 90, 95, 100. And what is the duration? Means if it is less, it is the intensity is high, and for a less duration also, it is also permissible. And how often, with what frequency human ear is exposed to that. These three parameters or factors affect to the human noise, sorry, human audibility. That is why usually says when you talk to each other, the normal measurement is 50 to 60 decibel. Where in the silent room, if you measure, it will come 20 to 30 decibel. But when you release an aircraft or cracker, the noise intensity happens to be 130, 140, or 150. So the normal speech is 60 decibel approximately. The first picture shows the healthy cochlea, means it contains hair cells. When the human being is exposed to the noise source, the hair cells gets damaged one after another, so there starts with partial hearing loss. And third picture shows when the all hairs are lost from the cochlea, it leads to deafness. So impact on the body is not only hearing, not only the audibility, it also has effect on quality of life. It affects to the high blood pressure, sleeping disorder, cardiac problem also. It affects the quality of life. It creates nervousness, poor concentration, fatigue, and sleeplessness is one of the factor, one of the symptom. Mostly she's observed in the people from the urban areas, and mostly the community who are staying near the mining locations, who are exposed to the vibrations and sounds by the explosives. So this is a common symptom where people take care of the treatment in different angle, but it is the invisible hazard like noise, which is the source and which is the root cause of this. That is why in early days, like then King Julius Caesar once banned that after evening, the riding of horse is not allowed. The basic reason is that the quality of life of the people should not be affected by noise. And nowadays, the Central Pollution Control Board or State Pollution Control Board or the governing authorities or the statutory bodies have the limit, have the permissible limit with respect to daytime and nighttime. These three pictures shows the healthy cochlea and causes hearing. Next is partial hearing loss, then is deafness. And how do we guess ourselves? How the self checklist? It is a difficulty of hearing the people who speak to you, or inability to hear certain high pitches, even soft sounds, noise, self-ringing in your own ears, or getting complaints from other sources that, or you are causing complaint that radio or television set is too loud. That means you are going towards hearing loss. It's a common area. And the risk of hearing loss increases dramatically as noise level increases. And exposure to the noise level more than 150 decibel, even for a fraction of time, even for 15 minutes, is high risk. That is why more than 140 decibel is not at all permissible, not even for a fraction of time. That is why the crackers are banned. So impact of noise above 140 decibel will cause immediate damage to the nerves of the ear. But usually this decibel is interpreted in terms of logarithmic scale. So we have an idea, common people have an idea that if a certain source is 90 decibel, and if two sources are generated, it should be 90 plus 90, 180. But friends, it's not like that. If one automobile is moving, it is giving 10 decibel sound. If two automobiles are moving, it is not 10 plus 10, 20. It is only 13. That I mean to say 90 dB plus 90 dB is nothing but 93 dB. And this 93 dB, purpose is showing this is, if it is rise only 3 does not mean that increase in 3. Only 3 signifies it is the doubling of the sound. So if there are two sources, there is a formula how two sources is calculated. If the difference is 0 to 1, just add the value 3 in the lowest value. And for differences between any two levels exceeding 10, the contribution of the less noise source is always negligible. That is why the Central Pollution Control Board has a limit value from 6 AM to 9 PM and from night time 9 PM to 6 AM morning. It depends upon the area, industrial area, commercial area, residential area, and most importantly, silence zone like hospitals, educational institutions, and other sensitive areas, which is 100-meter away monitoring is done. And 75 decibel in the daytime in industrial area and 55 in the residential area is permissible noise limitation value. But noise is the biggest hazard that we found in the industries, mostly mining, mineral, and manufacturing industries, because it has a psychological and physiological effect on the people who are engaged in the occupation. And most important occupational disorder that is being observed by the employees of the person concerned is nothing but noise-induced hearing loss, which is irreparable, but compensable. Compensable means, I mean to say, there are certain diseases declared by Indian Factories Act. This is called occupational diseases. But I remember there are 29 of occupational diseases, and under the clause of 89 and 90 of Indian Factories Act. And in case any employee happen to suffer from these diseases, he is compensable by the employer. So employer take care that the employee must not suffer from these occupational diseases like noise-induced hearing loss. Because in the industry, people are exposed to different degrees of noise. Like if a blower is running, it is 90 to 100 decibel. While a drill machine is running, it is from 80 to 90 decibel. When the limit value is for community it is 75, for industry it is 90. So when people are working in an industry, their noise measurement is being done with respect to the exposure time, how many hours this man is working in this noise-prone area. That's why it is written that if it is 90 decibel, you are allowed to work for 8 hours continuously. But if it is 150 decibel, only the employee will be allowed to work 15 minutes in that noise-prone area. So there is a correlation between the exposure hour and the noise level. When noise level gets increased up to 5 decibel, the exposure time or the permissible working time gets reduced to the half, like 90 decibel 8 hours and 95 decibel is 4 hours. And again, it affects the factors affecting to it are intensity from which it is generated, duration up to what extent the exposure, or frequency of the sound. I say frequency is most important, and control measures adopted by the system, and personal protective equipment used by the employees. So again, this slide shows the Occupational Safety and Health Association has a limit value like exposure hour 8 hours, permissible value is 90. And this is how the noise monitoring is being carried out in various noise prone areas of the industry. And the meter is called sound level meter or noise level meter, which shows the instant value of decibel, how much decibel is it. And the functioning of the basic sound level meter is, with the microphone is here in the left side, and the electronically digital display will be the right side. What is the output at any instant at any point in time, which shows what is the noise intensity being exposed, the employees being exposed. And we monitor, mostly in industry, it is a guideline to monitor at every place of time. In addition to monitoring the noise at various locations with respect to the sources, there is a provision for personal noise dose monitoring. As far as the Indian Factories Act is concerned, personal noise monitoring is nothing but it is the dose imposed upon the person concerned or the employee concerned who is working in the industry for prolonged hours. And out of all working hours for, we can say 8 hours or 6 hours or 4 hours, what is the accumulated noise? Cumulative sound equivalent, that is called ALEQ. With respect to this, we compare with the permissible value. If it exceeds the permissible value, then you need to have a self checklist. Do your ears ring at the end of the day's work? Then it is a symptom that you are suffering from hearing loss. Do you have to talk very loudly? It's another symptom. Do your machines make a lot of noise? worker from quieter work area please can tell. And also if the workers himself declares that, no, this machine is causing more sound. Do you feel slight problem in hearing? If the symptom arises, maybe in society, community, or industry, just go for audiometry test because it has impact on the human capability, and loss of human capability is directly proportional to the economic loss. So audiometry test is nothing but a test which is shown in the picture. It will test the hearing ability of the person concerned. The person concerned is exposed to the various intensities, predefined noise from various intensities, and it shows up to what extent he is able to hear. And basing on his hearing ability, if different, it is, as per this graph, we can say if the noise of different frequencies are being generated and allowed to be heard by the employee or the person concerned who is undergoing the checkup, his ability to hear the noise is being monitored, and from the graph, it can be observed whether it is your normal hearing or from the mild hearing loss or the moderate hearing loss or even severe hearing loss. It is not only the intensity, it is the frequency. And I say again, once this hearing loss is gone, it is highly irreparable, irrecoverable. That is why it is compensable. So what is the solution? Solution in the industry is nothing but control measures to be taken at the source from which it is generated, maybe machine or maybe process, or the path where it is being propagated, or the receiver. Receiver means the person concerned, maybe working industry, or the community, or the society, or the people living in and around the plant, in and around the industry, in and around the mine sector. The sources are many, maybe crushing, grinding, explosive, running of the heavy vehicles. If you control that, alternatively, the path has to be controlled, or the medium. The medium needs to be controlled. The generating source is to be diverted so that the propagated noise can be controlled, or else the last is receiver control. This is the last part of the engineering. So engineering control is to measure from which is generated, or maintain and modify the existing source, or redesign the source so that noise propagation will be less. In case it's not possible, then medium is to be controlled, like blocking of the noise transmission path, keeping a wall or a barrier, or even in certain cases, the two glass doors is inserted, or in certain cases, plantation also has a role in blocking the transmission of the noise. And receiver control of the human exposure is the last control, where the workers reduce the noise dose. It depends on the number of exposure hours, and they use alternatively is the personal protective equipment. And there are various types of personal protective equipments available in the industry. Industry means not only when manufacturing, I say in construction industry also, in hotel industry also, where DJ set is being used. There are a number of methodologies, and 3 types of hearing protection devices are used. One is ear muff, next is ear plug, and is ear cap. It depends, use depends upon the convenience of use, or the source of the noise, or the availability of the source, or the distance of the source. And if one uses that, the personal protective equipment has an indication. It is noise reducing rate is controlled. It is controlled up to 30 decibel, approximately 29 decibel in one example I've shown. So if somebody is working in the 130 decibel and uses, he will be getting reduction of 30 decibel noise and get protected. So we have a myth that if you use cotton, normal cotton, it will control our ear. No, cotton pieces does not work. All hearing protectors are technically designed to reduce the intensity of noise to the inner ear. to which the user cannot realize, because the protective equipments work much better than the cotton balls or bits of stuffed in the ear. All three types of earmuffs, earplugs, or ear caps have its own advantages, own disadvantages. It depends how, where, and when we use, and most important is how we use. The right way of using has its impact. It is not using, it must be used at the right time and the right way. The picture shows the earplug incorrectly inserted, and right shows the earplug correctly inserted. If it is correctly inserted, it protects the inner ear, inner part of the ear. The noise cannot reach at the inner of the ear, so the hair cells, hair-like structures in the cochlea are well protected. And the mechanism is by use of this earplugs or earmuffs. Friends, choice is yours. You have to wear this one, left side, that is personal protective equipment to keep yourself healthy, to keep yourself away from the negative impact of the noise, or the alternatives you have to, in long run, you have to use these hearing aids. So use this now, or else you have to use hearing aids later on. It is because you need to be safe, you need to be healthy for your society and for sustainability. Never ignore noise. I repeat, noise comes violently, but kills silently without your knowledge. Thank you for your kind attention, and I will be pleased to have some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. That was amazing presentation. If any questions, please raise your hand and you can write in the chat box also. If there are no more questions, so there's a lot of thank you coming for you, and a nice presentation. Definitely, it was a wonderful presentation. It was amazing presentation, and you have touched upon a topic I think it was not touched by anyone before.
This topic is somehow different. So instead of a conventional approach, I made an attempt to highlight the topic, which is somehow different, so that the participants can learn something in the different angle. And it is not a part where you can start just neglecting. And it is mostly applicable to people who are aspiring to join in the industry, or who are at present also working in industry, or staying in and around any industry, or in the community of mining areas, mineral industries like that. And it's also applicable to the people who are spending time in the urban locality.
That was very nice. And sir, I can tell you, if you look into so there's a question someone is asking on the domestic noise pollution.
Yeah. It is not domestic actually. Is it community noise or urban noise, you can say? Domestic means someone is using a mixie or grinder and noise is being generated. Usually we don't allow, usually we don't adopt these technical mechanisms at our home. It is not only for noise, for any technology. Supposing waste we are generating, e-waste we are generating from our home, the urban waste we are generating from where, we don't take care of its management. Similarly, if the domestic noise means noise from your TV set, or compressors of the air cooler or fridge, or running of these mixie grinders, and the exposure hour is very less. Still, it has impact on the housewives or homemakers. It is also observed. But I don't know whether there is specific study has been conducted or not, but it is observed.
Anything? DJ music system should be banned, yes. And some motor vehicle sound should also be coming
Yes,
and it
yes,
should
yes.
be checked upon.
It's
Please
not
agree
to be
with me.
banned. Actually, there is a provision. There's a provision that motor vehicle noise should be monitored, and it is being monitored in the urban areas. Since it does not come under the control of the pollution control boards, and urban local authorities are responsible for this, so the surveillance mechanism is under them. Second, in spite of the notifications or guidelines issued for using crackers in Diwalis and other functions, we usually do not accept easily. And as far as DJ sound is concerned, the permission is to be obtained from the authority. And in spite of that, in certain areas without permission, it is applicable to mostly in urban areas. And the administrative authorities are to take care of. That is why we neglect. And we have witnessed, I have personally witnessed the death of senior citizen of my locality who is exposed to the DJ sound, and he lost his life due to cardiac arrest. And the cardiac arrest was caused due to this noise.
Very true, Dr. Joshi. Very, very true. I agree with that. There should be some legislation to check the use of DJ music. I don't know about any other place, but in Delhi, you can not run DJ after 10 p.m. But Dr. Joshi can talk more about it. Dr. Joshi, the question
There
is
is a
to you.
mechanism of getting permission. The objective of obtaining permission from the authority is that the sound level is within the norm. Assuming that you are not causing harm to the society or the surrounding people, the permission is granted. But there is no specific function-wise guidelines. But still, if you are using a DG set in a new hotel or any community or any industrial establishment or any commercial establishment, it has got guideline how to operate the DG sets and what should be the permissible noise well with the DG sets. And it is not a question of source generation. It is a question of receiving at the receiver end, like we people who are exposed. And since it's a question of community, the mechanism of implementation of legislation and surveillance is not so other to the guideline, as I feel personally, but in urban area it is being implemented.
Right.
But my point of speaking that it is not banning or anything. Once it is the intensity is so high that the hearing loss is caused, we must keep in mind that there is no medicine to improve it. So we must take care of ourselves. Self-care is the best care. And we must be fit for our society. We must be fit for ourselves. It is because we have certain responsibility as a social citizen towards sustainable development. And once human capability is being lost, his economic value is lost. Once one, like me, somebody gets disabled by hearing, its earning capacity is lost. So noise has an indirect impact on society, its economics, and its environmental aspects. That is why I say noise is also a factor on sustainable development approach.
Right. And there are some more questions like the religious loud sounds should be checked. Yes, and Dr. Joshi, this is so good that you have, taken a topic that everybody want to talk about it. There's so much good conversation going on. There is something someone has written that domestic animals are pet. ये जो noises फैलाते हैं, कुत्ते भौंकते हैं इतने ज्यादा, ये भी एक तरह का pollution है, noise pollution.
ये सब तो है, लेकिन इसका कंट्रोल का कोई मैकेनिज्म है नहीं. It mechanism is applicable to the societies only, like apartment structures like that. But in a guided society, there no permission is available for domestic pets. In certain societies, also available. So it depends upon the situation to situation. Barking of dogs. Actually, we have a confusion. It is not the loudness which affects. Loudness may be less. Like, suppose I'm making a journey in a bus. The glass door nearer to me is dashing to each other. It is causing slight in noise of low pressure. But do you think that it is safe? The intensity is less, but when my exposure hours is throughout the night, overnight journey I'm making, and the sound generated by the vibration has a long run impact. It is the frequency, not loudness. And as a general man, we apprehend that louder is the sound, better is the impact, higher is the impact. It's fine, it's okay. But it is not only the loudness or gravity or intensity. It is the frequency. The high frequency but less gravity has also impact. That is why I say some technology is involved, which a layman like us is not so aware. And the controlling authorities like administrative authorities, police authorities, they usually measure the speed of the vehicle and the pollution control certificate of the vehicle. But there is no guideline to check this noise generated from the vehicle. But it is available for DG sets. We cannot run a DG set any cinema hall or any movie hall or any hotel without due approval. And there is guidelines by Central Pollution Control Board like that. And this is upcoming legislation. You know that there is earlier there was no rule for that. It was coming under Air Pollution Act. From 2000, a special act, a rule came into force that is called Noise Pollution Control Act 2000. And that is why I told, so this is a invisible hazard, only can be realized when it has impact upon somebody. Only he can realize.
Right.
Because we do not know what is the cause. For I was okay. Now my hearing loss has been started and I'm suffering from hearing loss. I do not know where I was exposed for a certain part of time and for which I'm suffering till now. So better is self-care is the best. Let us don't bother about the legislation like use of mask. If any one of us are subjected to exposed to any noise prone area, better to use noise muff, noise plug, like it is provided in the aircraft. Before taking up the aircraft, earlier we are using like that only. Take care of yourself. That's my message.
That's true, Dr. Patajoshi, but there's so many questions. I really don't know how to sum up the session. Someone is saying कि what happens कि हम किसी शादी में जा रहे हैं, वहाँ डीजे चल रहा है तो दूसरा कह रहा है ईयरप्लग्स लगा लो. So this kind of conversations are going on. एक कह रहा है कि किसी घर में कुत्ते भौंक रहे तो हमारे लिए noise pollution है. सही बात है, उनको अपने कुत्ते अच्छे लगते, हमें नहीं अच्छे लगते. So this is what going on here. I can see in the chat. So that is such an amazing session, Dr. Joshi. Like, and one very good thing you said, कि maybe certain kind of pollution must be there. Some legislations are there, definitely. कानून तो बनाए ही जाते हैं, पर अपने आप को बचाना सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. अपने आप को बचाइए इन pollution से. So this is something someone has written, कि save ourselves or something. It has gone up. I cannot read it, but someone has. So I think it can go on, but I have to sum up the session. So formally, I would like to thank Dr. Pata Joshi for choosing a topic, noise myth and reality with sustainable approach, difference between noise and sound. This is so amazing. I think this is the gift we are getting in 21st century, the noise pollution, light pollution, and the social pollution. These are the new kind of pollutions. So, Dr. Joshi, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking out time to be a keynote speaker at ISTTP-3. Your presence and wise words helped us to magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thanks to you and your enlightening words that inspired so many people out here, including me. Trust me. I also extend an invitation to you to join in our offline conference, which is happening from 12th to 14th, August 2022, in the campus of Rajrishi College. So we will be taking care of all your logistics. Please save the dates. So we would like to see you here in one-on-one presence. Thank you so much, Dr. Joshi.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With lot of gratitude and respect, I would like to call upon patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, for a few words on the stage. Sir, stage is all yours. सर आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन.
आज आषाढ़ कृष्णा त्रयोदशी विक्रम संवत 2079 आश्लेषा नक्षत्र ध्रुव योग में आयोजित ISTTP 3 के तीसरे दिवस के कार्यक्रम के अवसान पर मैं ISTTP 3 से इस वक्त रूबरू आप सभी सुधीजनों का, प्रोफेसर साहेबानों का, विद्वानों का, शोधार्थियों का, विद्यार्थियों का, राजऋषि महाविद्यालय की ओर से सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूं, साधुवाद करता हूं. विशेष रूप से आज के हमारे वक्तागण, विद्वान वक्ताओं ने आज के इस कार्यक्रम में जो अपना अपना उद्बोधन दिया, आप सभी के प्रति, उन महान शख्सियतों के प्रति भी मैं सादर साभार उनके प्रति भी अपना अभिवादन प्रेषित करता हूं. डॉक्टर राज नरन वारे, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, मेकवान यूनिवर्सिटी, कनाडा, कोविड-19 के बाद एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस पर आपने अपना महत्वपूर्ण व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया. आपके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है. हमारे हर कार्यक्रम में आप कनाडा से शिरकत करते हैं, अपना उद्बोधन देते हैं. ये आपकी महानता है, उदारता है और सज्जनता है. प्रोफेसर नरन वारे के प्रति मैं संस्था की ओर से और हमारी जो टीम है, इस टीम की, इस कार्यक्रम की आयोजन सचिव प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा की ओर से भी, हमारी ये बिटिया मुस्कान डाटा की ओर से भी आपके प्रति आदर व्यक्त करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप इसी प्रकार हमारे मनोबल को बढ़ाते रहेंगे। हमारे दूसरे आज के विद्वान वक्ता डॉक्टर अरुणा चक्रवर्ती, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर गवर्नमेंट डूंगर कॉलेज बीकानेर राजस्थान इंडिया। आपने विकिरण विषाक्तता, रेडिएशन टॉक्सिकोलॉजी पर अपना भाषण प्रस्तुत किया। आपके प्रति भी मैं संस्था की ओर से, हमारी टीम की ओर से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने अपने बहुमूल्य समय में से समय निकालकर और इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महायज्ञ में अपने व्याख्यान की आहुति देकर इसको सिंचित किया है। एतदर्थ आपका साधुवाद। आज के हमारे तीसरे विद्वान वक्ता डॉक्टर अभिषेक गुप्ता, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी गुजरात इंडिया। रोल ऑफ आईटी इन एनवायरमेंटल एंड ह्यूमन हेल्थ पर प्रोफेसर अभिषेक गुप्ता ने अपना उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत किया। आपके प्रति भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे चौथे फोर्थ कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर अजय कुमार गांधी, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज ऑफ आर्ट्स एंड साइंस महाराष्ट्र इंडिया। आपने स्ट्रक्चर टॉक्सिसिटी रिलेशनशिप इवोल्यूशन एज ए pragmatic approach for ecotoxicological predications पर अपना उद्बोधन दिया। प्रोफेसर अभिषेक गुप्ता और अजय कुमार गांधी, मुझे लगता है, हो सकता है मेरा अनुमान सही हो, आप मुझे युवा प्रतीत होते हो और मैं बड़ा प्रसन्न होता हूं कि आप इस अवस्था में, इस शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आपकी अभी एंट्री है। हम जैसे लोगों को 36 साल हो गए इस क्षेत्र में और हमने तब जाकर पिछले 8-10 वर्षों से राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर आए हैं। लेकिन आप सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि आप अल्पायु में ही शिक्षा जगत में प्रवेश करते ही राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर उद्बोधन दे रहे हैं। इससे बड़ी गर्व की बात आपके लिए नहीं हो सकती, हम सब के लिए नहीं हो सकती। आपका बहुत बहुत साधुवाद। हमारे पांचवें कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर के यादव, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर अग्रवाल पीजी कॉलेज जयपुर राजस्थान इंडिया। क्लाइमेट एक्शन पर आपने अपना बहुमूल्य व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। प्रोफेसर यादव, आपका भी मैं आभारी हूं, संस्था की ओर से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, इस विश्वास के साथ कि आगे जब भी हम कोई और दायित्व आपको सौंपेंगे उसका आप निर्वहन कर हमें उत्साहित करेंगे। और आज के इस दिवस के अंतिम कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर प्रदीप कुमार पट्टा जोशी, असिस्टेंट जनरल मैनेजर नालको उड़ीसा इंडिया। प्रोफेसर पट्टा जोशी जी का भी आभार, और इसलिए आपका ज्यादा आभार कि आपने पॉल्यूशन में भी अंदर का पॉल्यूशन यानी शाखा और प्रशाखा, मैं अक्सर कहता हूं छत जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व मिल बना शरीरा। ये भौतिक जगत इन 5 महाभूतों से मिलकर बना है। चाहे आप दर्शन से पढ़ें, साइंस से पढ़ें, साहित्य से पढ़ें, इनमें जो एक तत्व है आकाश, तो मैं इस मंच से ये भी कह देता हूं कि जब ये प्रकृति पंचभूतों से युक्त है तो प्रदूषण भी पंचभूतों का ही है। लेकिन कभी किसी ने मुझसे प्रश्न नहीं किया कि आकाश कैसे प्रदूषण करता है। भाई पृथ्वी प्रदूषण है, जल प्रदूषण है, वायु प्रदूषण है, अग्नि प्रदूषण है। क्योंकि मैं दिल्ली के एनसीआर क्षेत्र में रहता हूं तो पंजाब में पराली जलाई जाती है, तो सीधा सा उदाहरण है अग्नि प्रदूषण का। और वो पराली जब पंजाब में जलाई जाती है तो पूरा एनसीआर, दिल्ली, हरियाणा और हमारा राजस्थान का ये पूर्वी भाग, यहां तक पॉल्यूशन होता है। एक उदाहरण बड़ा सा दिया। अब अग्नि से जो जो कुछ हो रहा है वो सब पॉल्यूशन है। लेकिन ये किसी ने नहीं पूछा कि आकाश का पॉल्यूशन क्या है। मुझे पट्टा जोशी, डॉक्टर पट्टा जोशी के व्याख्यान में जब मैंने ध्वनि प्रदूषण सुना तो मुझे ये तत्व याद आया, 5वां पंचमहाभूत आकाश। शास्त्र कहता है, दर्शन कहता है, आकाश का जो गुण है वो शब्द है। शब्द गुणकम आकाशम, यानी शब्द का गुण आकाश है या आकाश का गुण शब्द है। साइंस क्या कहती है मुझे मालूम नहीं, लेकिन मैं साहित्य का विद्यार्थी हूं, दर्शन का विद्यार्थी हूं। हम ये पढ़ते पढ़ाते हैं और पढ़ा है कि शब्द मरता नहीं है। तो शब्द का विषय आकाश है। और इससे बढ़िया उदाहरण क्या हो सकता है। डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह स्पीकिंग इन आरआर कॉलेज और पट्टा जोशी जी सुन रहे हैं उड़ीसा में। सुन रहे हो ना पट्टा जोशी जी मेरी बात? ये इस बात का प्रमाण है, शब्द
यस सर।
ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि शब्द मरता नहीं है। शब्द मरता नहीं है, शब्द जीवित रहता है, शब्द आकाश में चला जाता है। और मैं संस्कृत का विद्यार्थी हूं, मैं संस्कृत का विद्यार्थी हूं। तो मैंने ये सुना है, आगे आ जाओ, मैंने ये सुना है संस्कृत में जब समाचार पढ़ा जाता है तो बोलता है इयम आकाशवाणी संप्रति वार्ता श्रूयन्ताम प्रवाचको बलदेवानंद सागरः। अब मैं कहूं यम आकाशवाणी संप्रति वार्ता श्रूयन्ताम प्रवाचको डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह निर्भया। ये जो मैं कह रहा हूं, क्योंकि जो रेडियो स्टेशन हैं दुनिया में उनको हम क्या कहते हैं? आकाशवाणी। तो आकाशवाणी का मतलब क्या हुआ? आकाश में वाणी निवास करती है। और इसलिए जो भी मुझसे रूबरू दुनिया के 32 देश हो रहे हैं, मैं भारतीय साहित्य और दर्शन की भाषा से बोल रहा हूं कि शब्द मरता नहीं है, शब्द जीवित रहता है। और जैसे ही मैं बोल रहा हूं, व्यक्ति जो भी बोलता है, इसको हम व्याकरण में स्फोटवाद कहते हैं। अर्थात जैसे ही ओष्ठ से बाहर ध्वनि जाती है वो आकाश में चली जाती है और आकाश की तरंगें पकड़ करके उस वाणी को 32 देशों तक, मेरी वाणी को अब भेजा जा रहा है, सुना जा रहा है, देखा जा रहा है। ये इस बात का प्रमाण है, इसी का नाम आकाशवाणी है। और सिद्ध है कि शब्द मरता नहीं है। प्रोफेसर पट्टा जोशी जी, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि आज आपने प्रदूषण की शाखा की प्रशाखा ध्वनि प्रदूषण को पर बोला, और ध्वनि में और क्या है वो मैंने जगत के सामने रखा है। ध्वनि कहाँ निवास करती है? अब अति सर्वत्र वर्जयेत। पट्टा जोशी जी, शास्त्र कहता है अति हर जगह बुरी है, खराब है, हानिकारक है। जब ध्वनि में अति होगी, ऐसी वाणी बोलिए मन का आपा खोए, और उनको शीतल करे आपो शीतल हो। तो अच्छा लगता है। कहते हैं ना कि ये व्यक्ति बड़ा मृदुभाषी है। अरे ये तो भारत कोकिला है ना? और कोई उसी बात को ऐसा चिल्ला कर कहे, ऐसा गरज कर कहे कि कर्ण भी फट जाए। यही प्रदूषण है ध्वनि का। अब चाहे वो व्यक्ति के द्वारा हो रहा है, कल कारखाने के द्वारा हो रहा है, बाइक के द्वारा हो रहा है, कार मोटर से हो रहा है, जो भी हो रहा है वो ध्वनि प्रदूषण है। तो ये पांचवा जो तत्व है आकाश पंचभूतों में, उसका विषय है ध्वनि प्रदूषण। और आपने तो एक और आज नई बात बताई जोशी जी, आपने कहा प्रकाश प्रदूषण, लाइट पॉल्यूशन। यही तो बारीकियां हैं जीवन की। और जब पॉल्यूशन पर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रोग्राम हम कर रहे हैं, तो ये हमारा दायित्व है मनीषियों का कि बाल की खाल हम निकालें, अर्थात शाखा प्रशाखा और उसकी भी कोई शाखा हो, वहां तक हम जाएं। और ये आपका प्रयास, लाइट पॉल्यूशन इसका उदाहरण है, इसकी खोज। ये तदर्थ साधुवाद डॉक्टर पट्टा जोशी जी। और आपने बहुत बड़ी बात कह दी, सोशल पॉल्यूशन। शायद इस पर भी आपने बोला है, मैं थोड़ा लेट आया था, पर मुझे बताया गया कि इन्होंने इस पर भी अपना व्याख्यान दिया है। तो सठ सुधरे सत्संगत पाई। हमारे साहित्यकार कहते हैं कि कितना भी सठ का मतलब होता दुष्ट आत्मा, वो सत्संग में आकर वो भी सुधर जाता है ना? तो जो सोशल पॉल्यूशन है ये सबसे खतरनाक है। जैसा पियोगे पानी वैसी बोलोगे वाणी, जैसा खाओगे अन्न वैसा होगा मन, जैसे करोगे संगत वैसी आएगी रंगत। ये सोशल पॉल्यूशन को सुधारने के उपाय हैं। आपके घर में विवाद है, झगड़ा होता है, उसका असर सीधा बच्चों पर आएगा। और वो कैसे हो जाएंगे? संस्कार विहीन। आपके घर में संस्कार हैं, अच्छा माहौल रहता है। इतना ही नहीं जोशी जी, जब महिला गर्भवती होती है ना, और बच्चा जब माँ के पेट में होता है, उस समय उस घर का क्या वातावरण है, उस घर में कितना सोशल सिस्टम है, कितना सोशल पॉल्यूशन है, इसका प्रभाव भी उस मादा के गर्भस्थ शिशु पर पड़ता है। क्यों? कि मैं ऐसे गुरु का शिष्य हूं, जब मेरा गुरु अपनी मां की कोख में था तो उनके पिताजी ने, यानी मेरे गुरुजी, और वो ख्यात नाम व्यक्ति है डॉक्टर सत्यव्रत शास्त्री, जिसको वर्ल्ड जानता है। संस्कृत में एकमात्र व्यक्ति है इंडिया में जिसको ज्ञानपीठ पुरस्कार मिला है, और लगभग 175 अवार्ड वर्ल्ड के जिनके पास हों, जिनकी पीठ दुनिया में स्थापित हो, जहां एयरपोर्ट पर उतरने पर कहा जाए शास्त्री, इट मीन्स इंडिया, ऐसा शख्स का वरद हस्त मुझे मिला। वो जब अपनी मां की कोख में थे, उनके पिताजी प्रोफेसर चारू दत्त शास्त्री, जो संस्कृत के आधुनिक पाणिनि कहा जाता है जिन्हें, वो उनके पुत्र थे। तो चारुदेव शास्त्री जी ने अपनी पत्नी के गर्भस्थ शिशु यानी मेरे गुरुवर प्रोफेसर सत्यव्रत जी को रामचरित को पढ़कर सुनाया। वो संस्कार आए प्रोफेसर सत्यव्रत शास्त्री में, जो इंडिया का एकमात्र व्यक्ति पहचान बना देश की। ये है सोशल पॉल्यूशन, ये है इसका प्रभाव। अंत में मैं ये कहूंगा कि आज के हमारे 6 कीनोट स्पीकर्स पुनः आप सबके प्रति और पूरे संसार से जो भी व्यक्ति विद्वान हमसे रूबरू हो रहे हैं, उन सब के प्रति मैं पुनः आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, इस उम्मीद और विश्वास के साथ कि आप इसी प्रकार हमारा मनोबल बनाए रखेंगे और दुनिया में के लिए किए जा रहे इस अंतरराष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन पर्यावरण की सेमिनार रूपी महायज्ञ में आप अपना मन से, वचन से और शरीर से इसी प्रकार सहयोग देते रहेंगे। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
आदरणीय प्रिंसिपल सर, हमें संबोधित करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हम आपके दयालु शब्द, आपके द्वारा प्रदान करी गई अंतर्दृष्टि और मार्गदर्शन को बहुत महत्व देते हैं। आपके प्रस्ताव प्रोत्साहन के शब्द हमें प्रेरित करते हैं और आपकी उपस्थिति हमारे लिए बहुत बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। आपके बिना यह प्रशिक्षण कभी नहीं हो पाता। हम आपका आशीर्वाद मांगते हैं और हम आशा करते हैं कि आप हमेशा हमेशा हमारे साथ बने रहेंगे। With this, we come to the end of the third day of ISTTP-3. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers who are very learned and knowledgeable scientists of their field, and they have spared their valuable time to be with us here in this training program. I would like to tell all the speakers that we, the organizers and the participants, are very, very happy and delighted to have you here with us. And I hope you all had a wonderful time too. The feedback link form will be circulated very soon. Muskan, please circulate the feedback link in the chat box. I would request all the participants to kindly fill the feedback form, as your critical views are very, very important for us, so that we can further improve on our training. So this is Dr. Manta Sharma, Organizing Secretary of ISTTP-3, along with my patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, my team, Sheetal Gupta and Muskan Data. We are signing off from the campus of Raj Rishi Government Autonomous College, Alwar, and we will see you tomorrow. We have an assignment day. Assignment will be circulated in the WhatsApp group and the Telegram groups tonight. And we will see you live again day after tomorrow. That is on 28th at 11 a.m. Indian Standard Time sharp. So stay tuned, be safe, be happy, and I will come back again on 11 a.m. on day after tomorrow with a new bouquet full of knowledge for you all with the new speakers. So this is Dr. Mamta Sharma signing off. Bye bye and see you. Take care.